firearm safety regulations and safe gun storage. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, hereby proclaims June 2024 as Gun Violence Awareness Month and calls upon the community to set aside time to remember those Americans whose lives were cut short by gun violence, as well as the countless survivors whose lives are forever altered. Dated this day, the 24th of June, 2024, signed by the mayor, myself, and all the city council members. Would you like to say something, Megan?
Thank you. Clearly, there's more to be done to end the epidemic of gun violence, and awareness is crucial. We are very proud to belong to a city, though, that has and continues to make big steps in this direction locally and has officially committed to raising awareness around gun violence today with this proclamation. Chief Sims also let me know that CCPD will be giving a presentation on gun safety and gun violence restraining orders later this evening. So thank you to them, too, in advance for that, and to the city and CCPD for also updating a webpage today, including information and resources on gun violence restraining orders. We thank the city for its bravery and for being a shining example of local gun safety for the region, most notably for the cities of Burbank, Santa Monica, West Hollywood, the resilient community of Monterey Park, as well as unincorporated LA County, who have all within the last year adopted new regulations, which were first adopted here in Culver City. We are accepting this tonight on behalf of longtime resident and community member Lori Escalera and her brother Terry Hunyu, who died by gun suicide in front of the gun store on Washington 40 years ago today after buying a high-powered rifle without a background check. Lori could not be here today, but is on WebEx, and we would like to invite her to say some words, if that's okay with the council. Thank you all so much.
Lori, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
And Dear Culver City, thank you for the opportunity to remember Terry on the 40th anniversary of his suicide. On June 25th, 1984, Terry purchased a high-powered rifle at Redding's gun store after having tried to commit suicide 3 times, being imprisoned, having lived in a psychiatric facility for 2 years. Martin Redding's store sold him a gun anyway. He walked outside, got in his blue Volkswagen Bug, where he put the gun between his legs, put the opening in his mouth, pulled the trigger, and blew the back of his head off. The car was impounded. My father went to retrieve it. Meyer Hunyu was never showed an iota of faith, but Judaism requires collecting all the blood and body parts before burial. Dad cleaned the entire car from the blood and brain remains splattered all over the vinyl interior. I'm sure it was the therapeutic act of a helpless father with a heart filled with guilt. I'm so sorry to be inappropriately gross. I rewrote what I wanted to say 5 times so I wouldn't disturb you, but it seems better than repeating the statistics we continue to disregard away. I thought maybe I could help someone realize how unnecessary it is to have removed Reddings, how necessary it was to have removed Reddings so no one else would commit suicide or mass murder because of their negligence. Gun violence suicides rose exponentially between 2019 and 2021, and suicides are responsible for over half of all gun violence deaths. The stats show that states with the most restrictive regulations have less gun violence and contend with fewer dead children. Terry was a great kid, born in 1957. Our family grew up on Jasmine Avenue. My parents bought the home in the track when it was still a bean field. We've always been involved in Culver City life. And until the end, where my family rests permanently at Holy Cross Cemetery, we just can't get enough of Culver City. Terry was a funny kid and had lots of friends and was well liked. But as he grew, his insecurities grew along with his undiagnosed dyslexia. On his 18th birthday, he took a baseball bat to his bedroom. From years 18 to 26, life became a roller coaster of mind-numbing mental illness chaos, hitting Terry with full force. During that time, he was still such a beautiful young man, strappingly gorgeous. He obsessively exercised to banish the demons who would begin talking to him through the TV. It never escaped me over 40 years how paranoid psychosis could have made Terry just as easily turn the Reading rifle outward upon others instead. You and your loved ones are lucky to have the outcome you did. Otherwise, we'd be having a very different memorial today. Let that thought set in for a moment. It's a great thing you got rid of the store. The next day could have been that day. Please continue to hold your civic and state leaders accountable. Don't ask them how they feel about gun violence. Demand your agenda as a requirement of their electability. Even if it is only one thing agreed upon, impose your collective will as a community and a civil society. Educate your leaders to ensure the Bipartisan Safe Communities Act S2938 is implemented. Every single action you support, from gun restrictions, expanded registration, loophole closures, domestic violence restriction, GVROs, assault weapons removal, and bump stock bans, to expanding safer community legislation, without exception, directly saves lives. We could never in a million years have forecasted Terry's mental illness. We could have not changed much except the availability of the gun sale to Terry. I always wonder how different life would have been for us if you could have all known my brother. If Martin B. Redding's gun store was not in our midst these past 40 years, how many other lives would have been spared instead of lives destroyed through guns slipping into the wrong hands? Thank you for your commitment, Culver City, and thank you for your time. Yours truly, Lori Escalera.
Okay. Thank you so much to Culver 878 and everyone who was here to receive that last presentation. Certainly lifting up the memory of Miss Lori's brother today. May I have representatives from Blackbird to join us in the front? We're going to do the recognition for them. Then we'll do our awards. Come on up in the front. Thank you for joining us. Yep, please do. All right. Well, so we have the opportunity to provide recognitions in the community for various things that are coming up. And I happened to learn that Blackbird, which is a convening workplace space for primarily women of color, but it is open to everyone in the Culver City community. They are celebrating 5 years this month. So I wanted to make sure to continue to lift up our small businesses, our partners. And so I'll just quickly read the certificate of recognition, but I'm just so grateful for you choosing Culver City and the wide impact that you have here and all around LA County. So thank you. Thank you for choosing Culver City. So on behalf of the City Council of the City of Culver City, we collectively express our congratulations to Blackbird Collective and its founder, Bridget Coulter Cheadle, on your 5th anniversary as a Culver City business. Blackbird Collective is a physical and digital life work gathering space. Its mission to, quote, empower ambitious women of color and allies to create positive change for each other and the world, is to be commended. Thank you for your dedication and contributions to the city of Culver City, and we wish you well in your continued endeavors.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. I'll be brief. It's been an honor to create and cultivate Blackbird. I was very intentional in picking Culver City. I've always liked it. My children live here. And it is this small city with a big heart, some history that is complicated like a lot of us, but this present, future, and a expression of Silicon Beach, and I wanted us to have a space that was centered on that in this tech hub and a place that we can gather. And as she said, we're centered on women of color, but we are open to allies. About 20% of our members are allies. The core of what we are is a storytelling studio, and we are a social impact membership of people who want to make the world a better place. So I appreciate the small city of Culver City being that home for us as we deepen what we want to do in the next 5 years. So thank you.
All right, so we're turning it over to our FAC folks for the third annual Innovation and Performance Awards. Should we remain here in the well, or what would you all like us? All right, we will remain.
Shout out thanks to Lisa Segor and our finance department staff, because with their help, it really makes our committee, and in this case, our subcommittee activities possible. So tonight we are honoring the 2024 third annual Innovation Award. We had, in our subcommittee, we had a total of 4 members, and 3 of our members were judges. And Andrew, did you want to give a quick introduction on how this kind of came about?
Sorry about that. Yes, absolutely. It's my honor as the chair of the Finance Advisory Committee to work with an amazing team to put this together. This is our third award. And for those of you who remember, the first time we had, I think, 3 applicants and 4 or 5 applicants. 4 applicants and 4 awards. Those numbers have doubled, and I think tripled, actually, since the original numbers. And that just shows the great ideas that are coming through Culver City, and it also shows the hard work, the folks who work here every day, what they do to make a difference. And, you know, I've worked in government staff, but on the legislative end, the folks who actually, you know, make sure the buses run and the garbage gets picked up and people's fees are collected, very often the feeling of the committee was that they weren't always given the appreciation for what they do. And so based on LA County and the LA Innovation Commission, we worked together to put together our own awards, a best in show, so to say, one that focusing on saving the city money, another one on environmental impact and reducing carbon, and then of course a best in show, not a best in show, but an honorable mention, because there are so many great ideas out there. And so as I hand it back to Johnny, who has done an amazing job chairing the subcommittee to do this, I just want to thank all the members of the Culver City municipal community for your hard work and what you've done to make a difference in all of our lives, and the members of the council for supporting our efforts to give them the recognition that I think we all know they deserve. Thank you.
Okay. On in. I think my mic has been cut, but okay. So we're going to start with the Honorable Mention Award. And as we mentioned, we had 3 judges that facilitated scoring for a total of 45 points per judge. The highest score is 135 points, which would represent the Best Innovation Award. And so starting with honorable mention, it was the Mesmer Low Flow Diversion Stormwater Project. And this addresses pollution in the Ballona Creek by capturing dry weather runoff and diverts that to the sewer system, thus removing this water and its pollutants from the creek. And so we'd like to bring up Department Head Dimitri and the staff who worked on this project, Sean Singletary, Jess McGregor, and Hong Wang. If you can give them an applause. And Andrew has gift cards that he has procured for the staff folks. Contributions from the Village Well and Home State. Okay.
Yeah, this is what you were going for. And congratulations. Yeah, please. Yeah, please do.
All right. Couple here. 3, 2. Everybody's in there. Perfect. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Next award is for the Efficiency Award, and this is the Public Works on-call task order requisition, and this established a web browser-based workflow to facilitate, for the first time, task order requisitions. Department head, also, once again, Yanni Dimitri, and our award goes to Thomas Check.
All right. Ready? 3, 2. One more. 3, 2. Thank you.
Next is our Sustainability Award. The project name is Sanitation Bin Welding, and this is a Public Works welder-initiated project. He found an opportunity to extend the life of old metal trash bins, giving them anywhere between 15 to 30 years more life per trash bin. Department head, once again, he hasn't sat down. Mr. Dimitri, and our Public Works Department representative, Moises Aldana. Come on down. If he is here.
Yes.
I think you're going to have to create one. Congratulations.
All right. Ready to get together here? 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Best Innovation Award. This was our highest ranked submittal. For the Go Pass program, Passport, this provided a one-page pamphlet containing a lot of information in multiple languages for the use of tap cards, how to register for the program, and so on and so forth. Department Head Diana Chang and Transportation Department member Dia Turner, come on down for the best.
In the middle, I think you've been doing for half that. Yes. Congratulations.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Andrew, I'm going to have you move in a little bit more. Perfect. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Department heads and staff. We've got one last picture where we're going to have the staff and department heads in department heads in the back, staff in the front, council members in the front, subcommittee in the back.
That's not going to work.
Say it one more time.
Okay, so staff come on down front, department heads come on back, and FAC subcommittee members come on back. One last shot, group shot, and you guys stay here.
All right. Want to make sure I'm following the rules.
You're doing good.
She's very excited.
Were you serving? And Thomas, Jay, come on in here. Right in the front here.
I did.
And Mr. Moises and Sean, come on down here.
And if we can just remind the honorees who have not picked up their gift cards yet, we still have a couple left for you. So we want to make sure through saying thank you. Yes, yes. Yep.
No, we got to get a little bit more.
Cool.
Yeah, if I could.
We got Dustin on point here.
Everyone back just a little bit, if you could move away, so a little bit more centered. Perfect. Good work.
Dimitri needs more hands.
Yeah, he does.
All right.
Dimitri, I'll help you.
Do a couple here. Ready? 3, 2, 1. We'll do one more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
That's a good picture. Thank you.
All right, can we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Right. All right, thank you all for your patience. Hope folks enjoyed that awards. There's no report on action taken in closed session.
Mayor, I would just like the record to reflect that Councilmember Puzo was present at 6:06 PM.
Thank you so much. Do we have any community announcements from members? Councilmember Vera.
Nothing for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
Nothing for me. I assume you're going to talk about the June 10th.
Oh,
Or,
you can feel
no,
free.
I can leave that to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Councilmember Puza.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this weekend, on Saturday, we did celebrate Juneteenth, Freedom Day. There's interactive art, music, and performances. Our Assembly member, Isaac Bryan, and our State Senator, Lola Smallwood-Cuevas, was in attendance. It was a great celebration. Also that day, I was fortunate to attend the opening of the Acura dealership in Fox Hills, making it the 5th automobile dealership in the city, the 6th brand. It's great to welcome them to the Culver City family. This Saturday, June 29th, will be Culver City Pride, Ride and Rally. At 4 p.m. will be the bike ride. At 6 will be the rally. Be sure to join us. And just wanted to let you know, I'm a member of SCAG, and just the state budget. On Saturday, they announced agreement on the state budget, so very exciting that the deal retains $480 million of the original $510 million for the Regional Early Action Planning, REAP 2.0. Why that's important is part of that money will go to the Culver City Fox Hills specific plan. There's $505,000 that will be earmarked for that. If it goes through, it still needs to be voted on by the state legislature and approved by the governor. Also in the budget, there'll be $600 million for active transportation program and then $1 billion for homeless housing assistance and prevention. And that concludes my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Really excited about the funding. Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you. Sorry to have missed the Juneteenth event on Saturday, but I was up in Mount Baldy at the Sierra Hut doing some service work up there. It was enjoyable to be in the outdoors. I just want to let the community know that on Friday, this coming Friday, from 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock at the Helms Bakery District, we're going to be having our Love Local Makers Market. It's a day that will focus on a selection of over 20 design-driven artisans and makers, local-based music, and there will be a happy hour from 5 to 6 at Lustig Restaurant. So it's a great opportunity to go check out that part of town and engage in the artisans and hopefully eat some great food and enjoy yourselves. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Again, really another congratulations to our fantastic, really all of our staff, but in particular our staff that were celebrated for their innovation. It's always exciting and very grateful to FAC for continuing to lift up and being in partnership with our city. So very grateful for that and that impact. I have a couple quick announcements, or a few, just three. I had the good fortune to attend the United States Conference of Mayors on behalf of the city. It was really wonderful to connect with mayors in Kansas. Well, we were in Kansas City, Missouri. It was very interesting. I've never been there before, but it was really lovely to be there and connect with folks from all over the United States, and hearing so much about there's so many commonalities around issues with transit and issues with housing and homelessness and climate and resilience. So while we're all in occupying different places geographically, a lot of our issues are shared in the same. So I'm looking forward to continued collaboration and learnings and solutions as we move forward together. I do just want to also elevate, Mayor Bass was on a panel and was kind enough to uplift the myriad of housing supports that Culver City is doing, and I thought that was very kind of her to include us in her moment uplifting Los Angeles and what is happening here in Southern California. So I thought that was very kind. I also am very grateful to our economic development team, all of our city departments and local vendors and nonprofits who came out to celebrate Juneteenth in Town Plaza this Saturday. It was really, the music, the community mural, the kids area where kids were getting into arts and creativity. It just is a beautiful, beautiful celebration of Freedom Day. So I'm just very grateful and looking forward to see how the event continues to evolve with the new MLK and Juneteenth Advisory Committee. So very excited and grateful for all of the hands that made that event so meaningful. And I also just want to amplify the Westfield Mall also had a really beautiful Juneteenth event that centered a lot on arts as well, but also focused on mental health. And I talk about mental health a lot because it's just something that touches a lot of us. 1 out of 5 Americans is struggling or has some sort of mental health illness. And so it's something that we don't always talk about in communities of color. So I really appreciate them for centering that and allowing me to share the good work that the city is doing through our mobile crisis team and our Office of Housing and Human Services. So I know y'all were here, but I was amplifying the work down at the mall as well. So very grateful for that opportunity and to be a part of the mental health panel for Juneteenth. And last but not least, I just want to express gratitude to the California Black Women's Collective for honoring me as a legacy trailblazer, and the Westside Young Dems for honoring me as Young Democrat of the Year. It feels really humbling to receive this recognition, and I'm just really grateful. So thank you to those groups. And are there any, is someone going to talk about the age survey, or should I lift that up? I know the city is amplifying like an age survey right now. Let me find it. Hold on. There's like there's a community meeting for the city's age-friendly action plan. The next date, there's going to be a couple of them. The first one is going to be on Thursday, June 27th, 2024, from 9:30 to 11 a.m. It will be at Blanco Park. They'll have several more. It is in the Culver City community meeting or community calendar. So this is really important. We want to make sure that our city is one where no matter what age you are and where you are in your life, that you have access and you're able to utilize everything, the way that we should. So we really want to make sure to hear from folks. So I just wanted to amplify that in case staff didn't have that as a update. But are there any other updates from committees, commissions, or boards, or any other information from staff at this time? Great, so I'm glad I was able to amplify that. Okay, so we are moving on to our update on the homelessness emergency, including Project Home Key, Safe Camping, and other housing programs.
Good evening. My name is Tevis Barnes, and for the purpose of the public, I am the Housing and Human Services Director. For those of you who may be experiencing this for the first time, the city has declared an emergency on homelessness, and as part of that, we periodically provide updates to the council in the community on services we are providing as part of our local continuum of care to assist our unhoused neighbors with services and housing. Next slide, please. What I'm going to do now is provide a snapshot of our various projects and programs to let this council and the community know the state of those programs and how we are serving and leading with care. These dates are as of May 1st, so there has been some fluctuation in those numbers currently. But because staff reports are due like a month in advance, the information is from May 1st. I am proud to state that our Project Home Key permanent supportive housing component is 100% at capacity. We currently have 38 residents. Our Project Home Key interim supports in housing is currently at 74% lease up. We will most likely reach capacity within the next 30 days. There are some folks who will be transitioning from our motel program as well as our wellness village, and our staff and our partners are working with those individuals to help them in their transition. Wellness Village currently has 19 guests occupying 18 of the tents. Just to let folks know that they have 20 tents. So as of May 1st, they were almost at capacity as well. Since the program started in August of 23, 57 folks have participated, and of that 57, 30 have transitioned either to Project Home Key or other housing resources. Those other housing resources include veterans housing, as well as helping folks to get into treatment, and so for folks also to get into housing similar to assisted living for folks who need a higher level of care. May we have the next slide, please? Under our motel master leasing program, we currently have 38 folks enrolled. We also like to give you updates on how many couples and also on emotional support animals, just to let the public know that we do not separate couples, and couples are not necessarily folks in any type of a domestic situation. Sometimes we may have, currently at one of our motels, we have an adult father and son who are occupying one of the spaces. Since the January of 23, we've had 69 folks participate. And of that, 29 of those folks have transitioned to home key and other housing resources. We do provide 3 meals a day, and as of May 1st, we have provided over 26,000 meals. Sitting next to me is Dr. Richardson, and so if I don't get it right, he'll correct me. They launched March of this year. They've been very busy in the brief amount of time that they have launched. They have helped to house 28 of our unhoused neighbors into either our home key program or a motel master leasing program. They have received over 365 crisis hotline calls. They have engaged 279 persons. Of the hotline calls, they've received 19 from the 911 system that were from our police department, and they've received 15 from the 911 system from our fire department. They have also done 71 assessments. And it was a really good thing to see during our Juneteenth. The city staff had a table, and I was ear hustling, if some of you don't know that slang. And there were folks actually, interfacing with Dr. Dan or Dr. Richardson about family members and seeing how they can assist them in getting help. So that was good to hear. We also want to bring, Dr. Dan may have some follow-up.
I just want to qualify the 356 crisis hotline calls. I just want to qualify that. They're not all calls to the hotline. We also get citizen requests by email, staff referrals, and the team do a lot of self-initiated homeless outreach as well. So that all those different types of calls make up that 356 number. Thank you.
And if council would like to see us break that down further, we can, just so you can know in future presentations. We also wanted to highlight Healthcare in Action. Council may recall recently approving a contract with them to provide a mobile health clinic to our interim housing resources, but also they rove the city as well, visiting places where we know our unhoused congregate. They started or activated a week or two after the mobile crisis team, and in that time they have made contact with 87 patients. 77 of those patients have received treatment, and 77 of those patients are assisted with getting their prescription, which for people who are on the street, that is a big deal, to be able to have a constant stream of your prescription. Just to give you an idea of some common treatment that's rendered, wound care, hypertension, anxiety, and depression. Healthcare in Action meets 1 day a week at one of our interim housing sites. So 1 day a week they're at Home Key, 1 day a week they're at Wellness Village, 1 day a week they're at one of the motels. And then the rest of the time they rove the city, going to places where we know folks congregate and visiting some of their patients. And I was at Wellness Village one day, just kind of watching what they do. And it was amazing to see them do blood draws on site at Wellness Village. They have a centrifuge there so they can separate the blood, and they prepare it so it can be tested. So it was quite something to see. That is our snapshot. We're going to continue on and let you know some other fun stuff going on with our programming. So if I could have the next slide, please. We want to say thank you to Transportation, who I think they have left. They assisted us in wrapping 2 buses to bring more information and awareness about our mobile crisis team. So standing in front of the bus is our mobile crisis team, and I actually saw this bus go up Sepulveda today, so that was kind of a really cool thing. So we wrapped 2 buses. It's bus number 7120 and 7122. They will stay in circulation for 8 weeks until about August 4th. So, you know, when you're driving around town, you might be able to see one of our buses. And that's just, again, to bring more wellness to our community that we provide this service to them. Next slide, please. And that's just another shot of our bus. Looks really good, I think. And next, I'm going to turn it over to, we're going to show a video. And we're going to introduce you to Theodore Teddy Brown, who is our new member of our mobile crisis team. He is an emotional support animal. And we're going to show you a bit of a video, and then Dr. Dan will introduce Teddy to the council and to the public. So next, I believe, is the video.
This is Theodore Brown, also known as Teddy for short. He's a therapy dog as part of our wellness program, and his role is to provide comfort and stress relief to members of staff and to members of the public. Teddy is a long-haired Chihuahua, and he's a rescue. Teddy actually has lived experience. He was homeless in a park. He has a very gentle and loving temperament. Just being in his presence provides a calming effect, and it's great that we can bring Teddy to the staff of the city, and that Teddy can actually play a role in the mobile crisis team as well. Teddy is trained to provide affection and comfort and love and relief. He helps us build rapport with our clients and can serve as a real positive distraction for somebody experiencing a crisis and reduce their levels of stress and help them get back to that previous level of functioning that they enjoyed prior to the crisis. We're really excited to have him be part of the team and to work with city staff and to work with our community members.
So now Dr. Dan will introduce you to Theodore Teddy Brown.
So this is Teddy. He's a long-haired Chihuahua. As I said in the video, he does have lived experience, and he's just a very affectionate dog, and he's going to be a great addition to our team to provide comfort and relief to those out in the community, only on specific and appropriate situations, but we're very pleased to have him be part of the team. Thank you. Thanks.
Also, we want to say thank you to the council and the public from coming out and visiting our tables at Juneteenth. It was a really good time. We were able to actually interface with some of our unhoused folks who were hanging out by the steps and to provide them for some information. And as I said, some folks connected with Dr. Dan as well, and Teddy had a good time as well. So that includes my presentation for this go-round. We are available for questions. Next, if there are any questions from council, our Assistant City Manager, Bruckner, will come up and give the council a comparison study that he conducted with comparable cities in their point-in-time homeless count and the services they provide. So we would like to share his findings from his study as well, if the council doesn't have any questions at this time.
Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Tevis, Dr. Dan. I love the uniform of Teddy. It's awesome. But for Tevis, can you please email me the slides, the presentation that you have, so we have that data? And I appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll make a point to always send those to council after we conclude.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Oh, yes, thank you. Great progress.
Councilmember Puzo.
Agreed. Really nice to meet Teddy.
Vice Mayor Bryan.
I saw Councilmember Puzo beaming when he saw Teddy. Yeah, it was great. Loved to meet Teddy, and I really like the bus wrap. I doubt there's a way we can measure that, but I'm sure that it's going to be really helpful in getting the word out. So I think that's a great job, but thanks for everything everyone's doing. It's great.
Thank you for this presentation. The videos are always great. It was wonderful to meet Teddy over the weekend, a wonderful surprise. I do have 4 quick questions in sort of response to the presentation. Is it possible, not just that we get these slides, but could these presentations be included on our front-facing website as a part of just ongoing updates to the community in regards to this emergency?
We can, but Assistant City Manager Bruckner is working on doing a homeless dashboard, which will actually have more in-depth information than what we provide. It will not only give you what's happening that month or that quarter, but it'll also give you year-to-date information as well. So we definitely can put the PowerPoints, but it is our goal to actually have that dashboard, which will give more in-depth information.
Do we have an ETA on that dashboard?
We are hoping to present it late August, but I'm going to let Assistant City Manager Bruckner give you more detail.
Okay, sounds good. Maybe in the interim, we can just have them, or maybe just this one?
Oh, yes.
So you don't have to go back, because I don't know if I asked for it to be included in the front facing. A quick question in regards to, as folks, I'm very happy to see the data showing that folks are leaving the Safe Camp or wellness site and going into Home Key and other sites, and that there's sort of a flow in terms of what folks are ready for, and allowing folks to have the opportunity to receive support. So I'm happy to see that. Are we tracking reasons for folks potentially exiting that are not exiting to either Project Home Key or another sort of path, whether it's veteran housing, or they're just sort of exiting without a more formalized next step? Are we tracking those folks?
Yes, we are. So for Home Key, we are required as part of our contract with the State Department of Housing and Housing and Community Development, or HCD. They require us to provide data on exits and the reason why someone exited, be it a self-exit, an exit due to program violations, an exit, and I have to say this, due to passing away. That is required. So Assistant City Manager Bruckner, as part of his data gathering from our service provider, they also provide exit information as well. And to let you know, as part of the harm reduction policy, you cannot just exit someone unless they want to self-exit. But even upon an exit, you must provide them with housing resources. So no one is just left with nothing. An exit is actually a process before a person leaves a facility.
Okay, that's good to know. Are we waiting for the dashboard for the hours across departments regarding the enforcement tracking that I asked for?
Yes.
Okay.
The city manager's office is gathering that data.
Okay.
And making it so that it is presentable to council and the public.
Okay, wonderful. And I have been hearing from some of the folks, I'm still on the LASA board, so sometimes I'm hearing when they're like, I know folks don't like to call them sweeps, I forget what the more PC term is, but for lack of, I forget the term, that the cleanups or whatever folks use to kind of shift folks from being in a place where folks have identified for them that they shouldn't be for whatever the reason. I learned that there was a lot of requests from the city side for folks to prove Culver City residency And I was just wondering how folks could go about doing that to gain access to our programs.
So for the sake of the public, the word sweep is often used. And a sweep is when you forcibly remove someone. We do not forcibly remove anyone. We always offer housing to folks, and we do not remove people. We may remove things, but we do not remove people. According to our ordinance, folks must be left with bedding, clothing, of course, their personal effects. But again, we do not remove people, and we work diligently to get that person housed beforehand. Now, with regards to the issue of residency, council may recall that when we were standing up our Home Key project, we came before council to get direction on how will we prioritize enrollment into that project. And one of the methods was, of course, to develop a by name list of our unhoused folks. So where they were likely known to stay, to get general information, name and whatnot, and to ask two questions: how long have they been homeless, and how long have they been homeless in Culver City? Council at that time wanted folks to have homelessness in Culver City for at least a year. How is that determined? Because a lot of folks say, well, they're homeless, so they don't have an address. That is determined, we look through what is called the Homeless Management Information System, HMIS. The system that is used by LAHSA is called Clarity. You have to be given permission from LAHSA to enter into Clarity. So we do have some staff who've been given permission by LAHSA to review Clarity. Clarity actually geolocates folks based upon where that outreach worker intercepts with that person. So we look in Clarity, that's one method. We also look with our own mobile crisis team, city staff. Remember, we're a small city, so most of our staff know our homeless folks. Dr. Dan has 10 plus years. Aramis, I believe, has 20 plus years. I got 20 plus years. We got some other staff members who have 10 plus years. So we've got a lot of folks out there who've been out in the streets, so we pretty much know who's who and where they generally stay. And if we've ever intersected with that person, if they've ever worked with our outreach teams, if they've ever worked with our mobile crisis team or intersected with staff. So we know who individuals are and how long they've been at a particular location. This is not a federal program, so we are not required to make folks sign the homeless certification. That is something that HUD does require other folks to do as part of HUD-funded programs. So we do not require that. We have documentation through HMIS and through internal staff records of who our unhoused folks are. I hope that answers your question.
It does. There may be a little bit of a, I guess I'll just follow up with you about this particular issue, because there seems to be a disconnect between the proof and how folks are able to show that to gain access to some of our programs, because it wasn't the wellness village or the camping site was the site specifically mentioned. So that 1 year would not just apply to Project Home Key, but all of our programs?
Yes.
Okay. So our policy is folks have to be, or the preference is for folks to be unhoused in Culver City for at least a year to receive access to our programs.
Yeah. And you're correct, it is a preference, because we also look at folks who are in distress. We look at who may need to come out of what we call a severe weather event as well. We assist folks in those situations as well. So homelessness for a year if someone is in distress or if they are part of a severe weather event.
And as it gets warmer, this was just a bonus because you brought it up, we'll be activating cooling sites and having those available for folks, or how will folks?
We do not activate cooling sites. That is done by the county.
Okay,
So the county will instruct us if they're going to activate cooling sites. Most likely, it may be our senior center. What we will do when we know we have severe weather events, including the heat, we will work with our outreach team, and this is something that we've done in the cold weather months as well, the rainy months. We will work with our outreach team, our police and fire, and if they see someone in distress, we will offer them a space, regardless if they've been in Culver City a year or not. But if they are in distress, we will get them out of that dangerous situation.
and we're tracking all of folks' time being unhoused and who's receiving care in the dashboard, right, when it's ready?
Yes, so we look at what's in HMIS of when they were first noted, and then when they were first noted in Culver City, and from there, when they were first housed.
All right, thank you so much for answering my questions. I'm very grateful to see the impact of the nutrition programs across all of the programs. At first, I thought it was just for the motel master leasing. I said, oh my goodness, but it was master leasing and nutrition, so grateful for that. And curious about, I'll probably follow up with you on the backside, but curious about any programs or activations we're having around job readiness or making sure for our folks who are particularly in our Project Home Key site, that they're being engaged with and sort of, particularly for our permanent folks, but really anybody who's in our housing programs, that they're gaining access to resources to not just mental wellness health, which is programs for folks that might be tailored to our neighbors, but very grateful for the work that y'all are doing. And maybe it's time for our Assistant City Manager to share a comparison of other cities, and I don't know what else was supposed to come with that.
He's going to come up.
All right, wonderful.
And we're going to pull up a slide for you.
And before you start, is this going to be like a one-time presentation, or will we get this annually to sort of make sure that we're current on what other cities are doing?
It's entirely up to the council. If you'd like us to come back in a year and update this presentation, we certainly can.
Did we request this one?
This was a response to, I think, several questions that have been raised. I know during the budget study session, the question came up in terms of how our services compare to other cities. I know internally we've been asking ourselves that question, and unfortunately there's no statewide database that lists what cities are up to when it comes to their homeless services. So this is our effort to glean some insight into what at least our peer cities, those with a population of 30,000 to 60,000, are doing in terms of their level of homeless services.
Okay, thank you.
So next slide, please. So I want to preface all of this by stating that this is not a scientific study. This is more of an observational study of readily available information through city websites, city budgets, and other methods that we went through to try to fact-find information based off of what other cities are doing. So just by way of overview, we took a look at the cities in the state of California that have a population between 30,000 and 60,000. That resulted in 95 cities being identified. We surveyed those cities, and we'll talk about the method that we went through and some of the limitations of that method. And then we'll take a look at some population analysis as well as service comparisons. Next slide, please. So this map is a geographic representation of where our cohort cities are within the state. Obviously, as you can imagine, there are two sort of central population clusters, one in Northern California along the Bay Area, and then one in Southern California. Next slide. And just diving in a little bit deeper along the northern sector there, you see a lot of those cities within our population cohort along the San Francisco Bay Peninsula, some in the North Bay, some in the East Bay, and then a few smattering of cities throughout that centralized region. Next slide. And then we're taking a look here at Southern California. So those cities that are shaded in green are all the cities in Los Angeles County within our cohort. So just wanted to provide some a different representation in terms of the density and the numbers of cities in Los Angeles County that we can obviously compare ourselves to. But just looking more broadly at the region, there are a couple cities in Orange County, some in the Inland Empire, a few down in San Diego County, and then some in the outlying areas. Next slide. So as I mentioned at the beginning, this is not a scientific study. This was an observational study, an empirical study, taking a look at readily available information that was available through city websites in our attempt to provide an apples-to-apples comparison of services that cities are providing. Understanding that what we call a thing here in Culver City may be called something else in another city, but we tried to at least identify what those things are and come up with meaningful ways to compare what we're doing with what our peers are doing. As I mentioned, we did take a look at budgets to try to get a deeper dive. The survey will not present any financial information because it's too difficult to track in most instances where cities are budgeting a lot of their homeless activities. Where we have separate line items and cost centers, a lot of these things often show up in contract services or they're additional duties assigned to existing staff where no readily budget information is identifiable. Where I had questions, we made follow-up phone calls to try to reach out to those cities just to get further information in terms of what they're up to. I called a lot of cities. I got some callbacks, not a lot of callbacks, but it was helpful to speak to some of the folks who are in the same situation that we are trying to address this issue. And then we also took a look at point in time counts, trying to provide some context in terms of the size of the community of the population that we're serving when it comes to our unhoused. And when we looked at the point in time counts, we saw that the timing of the point in time counts varied from county to county. And what I mean by that is, even though they're all doing the count at the same time generally in the year in January, some counties are doing an annual study, some counties are doing it biannually. In terms of how they present the information, that varied as well. Some point-in-time counts had city-level specific data. Other point-in-time counts were just presented in terms of the county overall. Others were broken down into some sub-regional context like service planning area like what we have here in Los Angeles. So where we could find that information, we listed it. Where we couldn't find it, we did a little bit of a deeper dive and looked at news articles and other media sources where some agency might have been reporting out what number they had in any given year. That all being said, when we go to the next slide with the point in time count data, you're going to see that based off of that information, it varies from year to year, right? So I have PIC count information from 2022, 2023, and in some instances 2024, but there wasn't a way to sort of uniformly present that information. What we do know over time between 2022 to now is that generally speaking, the unhoused population in the state has increased, and we would expect that number to sort of matriculate through to some of these communities as well. So over the next couple of slides, you're going to be seeing the cities that are in our population cohort. They're listed in alphabetical order with their population, and then the latest point in time count there. We've highlighted specifically on this slide Culver City, just to point out that our population is just north of about 40,000, and our point in time count in 2022 was 350 and was 261 in 2023. Also on this slide, I'd like to also point out the city of Bell, which had a point in time count of 492 in 2022, and that was the largest unhoused count within our population cohort in Los Angeles County. Next slide, please. Again, just moving further down the alphabet from G to P, the one that jumped out at me on this list was the city of Hanford, which is third from the top on the left-hand column there. Their point in time count in 2024 was 371. Hanford is the county seat of King County, so a lot of King County's continuum of care is located within Hanford. So when they're doing their population count, it might sort of inflate the number of unhoused within the given community. But it also sheds light to that not all of these cities are the same, right? They're located in different geographic areas. They have different population densities. They may have inflows and outflows of migrant workers, They may be in, rural environments versus the urban environment. So a lot of those factors need to be taken into consideration when we're looking at a lot of these cities. Next slide, please. So just to round out the list, of the 95 cities, that represents approximately 4.1 million California residents. And then based off of the summation of all of the pit counts that we were able to find, we're looking at approximately 9,500 unhoused individuals within those 95 cities and those 4.1 million residents. Just to add some additional numbers, so California's population is 39.1 million, and our cohort cities represent about 10.5% of that total. In 2023, HUD estimated that approximately 181,000 individuals were experiencing homelessness in California, of which that 9,500 figure is about 5.2%. Right, so total population in our cohort, 10.5%. Total population unhoused of all unhoused, 5.2%. Next slide, please. So here we just kind of parse the numbers a little bit differently, just to take a look at how we compare Culver City does to the average and the median in terms of our cohort cities. So on average, the population is about 43,000. On average, they have about 103 unhoused individuals. The median, the city right in the middle between 0 and 95, their population, again, about 43,000, and the number of unhoused is 62. The statewide total, so that community with the highest number of unhoused individuals based off of our cohort was the city of San Luis Obispo. They had 512 in 2024. San Luis Obispo is also the county seat for San Luis Obispo County. So a lot of their continuum of care is also located within San Luis Obispo. And again, as I mentioned, in LA County, the city of Bell with 492 in 2022. But taking a look at Culver City's numbers again on an order of magnitude, Culver City's unhoused population, depending on what year you're looking at, right, is 3.5 times to about 2.5 times larger than the average of similar sized cities, right? So the number of unhoused in Culver City over that 2 years on average was 2.5 times, 3.5 times larger, which speaks to the magnitude of the policy response that resulted from the number of unhoused individuals that we were seeing in our community. Next slide, please. So this is this table shows the homeless services comparison by cities for the 95 cities. It lists the services by type, beginning with city outreach. And by city outreach, I mean these are non-sworn city employees conducting outreach activities. Then they're followed by contract outreach, where a city has contracted with a third-party service provider to provide that outreach. Police and sheriff outreach, where the city has identified that their police department, their law enforcement agency, whether they're a contract city or they have their own, is also providing some type of outreach through a homeless liaison officer or a mental health officer. That was distinguished between cities that are providing civilian-based mental health or mobile crisis team, where they have licensed practitioners that are going out and conducting outreach to provide those services. We also looked at what cities were providing healthcare services, whether they had a safe camping or parking site, participated in a regional or city-owned sort of resource center. And I can talk a little bit more about that as well, whether the city engaged in funding their own city-owned and operated shelter or housing, or whether that community contracted for beds and services, basically capacity within an existing continuum of care. And then lastly, there were about 19 cities or so that we were unable to find any identifiable type of homeless services. So we look at it by the number of cities, by the percent of the total, right, and whether Culver City is offering that service. It's also important to note that these services are not mutually exclusive of one another, right? So cities are offering sometimes, one or two of these services. They have a city outreach team, and then during off hours, they have a PD outreach team that's available, or they've contracted for that service. It tends to be where you see the most overlap. On average, cities are doing about 2 of these things. And as you can see from the far column on the left, Culver City is doing all but 1, which is contracting for shelter or housing or capacity within all of that, because we're doing it ourselves. And obviously, we're not doing nothing because we're leading with care. And I would say, based off of the survey that we did and the information provided, there is no city within our population cohort that has invested as much in this particular policy area than Culver City. I can't say that empirically in terms of dollars, but just based off of the information that I've seen from other websites and other cities in terms of how they describe what it is that they're doing. Our multi-layered, multifaceted approach to basically standing up our own continuum of care is without peer for the population cohort that we've identified in this study. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and also, can you email the slideshow
Yes.
to us as well? It's really illuminating the amount of services that Culver City is providing as compared to the other examples that you had up. And I just want to thank my colleagues. At the time when I was mayor, we declared a state of emergency, and I think that was the catalyst of really creating and much of the success that we're seeing now. So thank my colleagues for helping me support that, and I think the more we do, the better it's getting, and I think we've done an outstanding job, and thank everybody for really this and doing such outstanding work.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. Interesting that do you also have a breakdown of our LA County cohort cities? I saw Manhattan Beach, they have the pit of 9, which is sort of interesting. So I'm just wondering if you have done that internally and can share. And if you haven't, next time in the future sometime, it would be interesting to look at our LA County neighbors. West Hollywood also had a very low number compared to us.
Yeah, I didn't break the information out by those Los Angeles County cities specifically, but I do have all the source information and can provide that to the council.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting because I think that for me would be part of the argument in discussions with the county to release some money to our city for what we're doing. So thank you.
Councilmember Puzo.
I don't have any questions. Just want to thank you so much for the presentation and the research. Appreciate it.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that presentation. It doesn't surprise me at all. My conversations with leaders from other cities, I think I had mentioned I was at Supervisor Mitchell's convening of mayors, and we went around the room of all the cities in our district, and it was glaringly obvious that we're doing it the right way. I think it would be valuable to see those percentages from our county cohort so we can hopefully get some money from the county for the work that we're doing. I think it'd be really critical. It was valuable. Thank you so much.
Thank you for gathering information about similarly sized cities from across the state. I second Councilmember Erickson's query around LA County and looking to see what the peers in our county are doing, because I think there might be ways to glean some of the whether they're successes or things to stay away from, depending on, because I do think we face an interesting, while the whole state is having a housing crisis, Southern California, particularly LA County with its 10 or 11 million people have, it's just unique kind of in our area. So I'd be curious to see what that looks like. Maybe not for now. Maybe this can be something that you bring back annually. Do you know how much staff time this took to bring this forward?
Several weeks.
Okay. Right. I know there was a chart with a lot of the point-in-time data. If it didn't include both 2022 and 2023, because I noticed ours was highlighted with both of those counts, was it just not available for the other cities, or it was important to just note our difference?
I was only trying to highlight Culver City's point-in-time count. There was information available for those other cities, but it would have just muddied the waters too much.
It would have been interesting, just since we're just gathering information, it would have been interesting to see if other cities had similar percentage changes, or to see whether ours was an outlier of any sort that might have reflected our investment, or again, maybe there's something to glean about percentage changes if we continue to look at similarly situated cities, or if we choose to focus on LA County. And those are just my initial responses to that. This would also be something great to put up on the website, just again, having information. Everyone doesn't have, although we do allow this to be readily available on YouTube and on the culvercity.org/agendas site. It's also great to, as folks are looking for information, particularly on homelessness, if they could also find this kind of right there, would be cool. But thank you. Do we have any comments on this item, or nothing from the public? Okay, great. My screen went off here. All right, it looks like, thank you so much for the presentation. We have a presentation by the police department regarding gun safety. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Police Chief Jason Sims here. I'm joined by Captain Luis Martinez to my right, who is going to provide us with a presentation on gun safety in Culver City. Captain Martinez.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor McMorrin, fellow council members. I'm Captain Luis Martinez. I oversee the Special Operations Bureau, and tonight we're going to give a presentation on gun violence restraining orders and gun safety in Culver City. So with that, let's get started. Next slide, please. So what exactly is a gun violence restraining order? A gun violence restraining order is essentially a civil order requested by either law enforcement officers or select civilians who petition a court to grant them an order when they believe a subject is a danger to themselves or others and have immediate access to firearms. Gun violence restraining orders are granted by a court judge and essentially prohibit an individual from possessing, purchasing, and receiving firearms, ammunition, and magazines. Gun violence restraining orders are an effective tool in removing firearms from individuals who pose a threat to the community and are exhibiting dangerous behavior. They can provide protection from incidents involving mass shootings, workplace and school violence, as well as subjects experience mental health concerns, substance abuse, and even suicide. It should be noted that gun violence restraining orders do not prohibit physical contact with the other party. Next slide, please. There are various types of gun violence restraining orders. Some are temporary and can last up to 21 days or the next court hearing, whichever comes first. There is another type of gun violence restraining order called a permanent after court hearing order, and that can be issued for up to 5 years. The decision to terminate or extend a gun violence restraining order is at the discretion of the magistrate. Nevertheless, all the different types of gun violence restraining orders require that a subject pose a danger to themselves or others and have access to firearms. Next slide, please. In terms of who can request a gun violence restraining orders, police officers and select civilians can request a gun violence restraining order. The civilians include the person's immediate family members or anyone who has resided with the individual in the past 6 months. Other select civilians include the person's employer or a coworker who has worked with the person for about a year and has the permission of their employer to request a gun violence restraining order. Additionally, an employee or a teacher at a school that the person in question has attended can also request a gun violence restraining order. Again, the employer or the teacher must have permission of the school administrator to seek the gun violence restraining order. It's important to note that anyone can ask a police officer to request a gun violence restraining order on their behalf. And in cases of an emergency, we encourage folks to please call 911 immediately. Next slide, please. In regard to law enforcement gun violence restraining order filing information, we have specific duties that we have to complete in regards to gun violence restraining orders. We must complete appropriate forms and request that the subject in question surrender all firearms, ammunition, and magazines in their possession. Our officers then submit the paperwork to the courts and ensure that relevant information is entered into appropriate law enforcement databases. Within 21 days, all parties in a gun violence restraining order matter must report to court on a specific day, at which point testimony takes place, evidence is heard before a magistrate, who ultimately renders a decision whether the gun violence restraining order will be ended or extended. It's important to note that subjects who refuse to surrender firearms after a gun violence restraining order has been issued can be arrested for a misdemeanor, and that law enforcement can author and seek a search warrant to recover any firearms in their possession. Next slide, please. Requesting a gun violence restraining order can be a fairly simple process. Community members can go on the California Court's website, which provides a step-by-step process on requesting a gun violence restraining order. Additionally, community members can go to their local courthouse and request the forms for a gun violence restraining order. For Culver City residents, that nearest courthouse would be Santa Monica, and the address is 1725 Main Street. There is also a help desk at that location to assist them. Please note that all this information is posted on our website, www.culvercitypd.org. On the main page, in the center of the main page, you will find information on gun violence restraining orders. This presentation will also be added to our website. Next slide, please. About 5 years ago, Culver City approved a safe storage ordinance, which requires that gun owners living in the city keep their firearms in a locked container or disabled by a gun trigger lock. This ordinance also encourages residents to report lost or stolen firearms. CCPD officers who are conducting investigations into other crimes and observe the unsafe storage of a firearm can cite the owner per the California Penal Code. It's also worth noting that California has extensive requirements for the proper and safe storage of firearms around children and inside vehicles. CCPD officers will respond to any reports of unsafe firearm storage, determine what laws have been broken, and take enforcement actions as appropriate. Next slide, please. Culver City police officers take tremendous pride in keeping the city safe and removing illegally possessed firearms from our streets. We work hard to collaborate with the community in helping reduce gun violence. For example, since January 1st of 2023, CCPD has seized approximately 115 firearms. 17 of those firearms have been turned in by our community members. 35 of these weapons have been recovered through gun buyback events. Lastly, the hard work of our officers has resulted in the removal of 63 illegally possessed firearms from our streets. These seizures have occurred during detentions, traffic stops, and radio calls, including those being mentally health related, domestic violence, and crimes in progress. Seized firearms have included rifles, handguns, as well as ghost guns. Next slide, please. Culver City PD's impact on gun violence. The aforementioned firearm seizures are especially noteworthy considering that from June 1st, 2022 to June 1st, 2023, there were approximately 51 reported crimes in our community where a firearm was used. From June 1st, 23 to June 1st, 2024, there were 30 crimes reported where a firearm was used, an approximate 42% reduction in gun violence in Culver City. Next slide, please. Lastly, our website. It contains all the pertinent information regarding gun violence restraining order. As I mentioned earlier, this presentation will be added to our website. And I'd also like to remind the community that the department has free gun locks available at the front desk. If a community member would like a gun lock, please stop by and request one. Additionally, if a community member has a firearm that they would like to turn in, they can call us to respond to their location, or they can simply stop by the station. All we ask is that they simply keep their firearm in the trunk of their vehicle, unload it, and allow our personnel to safely recover it so that it can be properly disposed of. This concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Captain Chief. And first off, Captain Martinez, congratulations on your graduation from the FBI National Academy Class 290. I think it's a great accomplishment, and it goes to show that Culver City hires and strives to be the best and the brightest. So congratulations on that achievement. It's what really struck out on this year about the amount of guns, either through the gun buyback program, which, by the way, thank you so much for working with me. I was fortunate enough to get donations of gift cards for the last 2 gun buyback events. I'm glad to see that a good number of guns were taken off that way, but more importantly, through traffic stops. How many guns are taken away from bad guys through these sort of stops? It's really illuminating, and I think we need to be mindful of that as we move forward. Thank you for the presentation, and once again, can you please email me the slides? I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Well, thank you. Yeah, congratulations, Captain Martinez. Great accomplishment. I have one question. How fast can I obtain an order if I would see someone in my family or whatever and felt that we need to get a restraining order here and there is a gun in the house? How fast?
That's a great question, sir. So there's 3 different types of gun violence restraining orders. There's what's called a temporary emergency order. The second one is an ex parte, and then the third is it's called the permanent order after hearing. The fastest one is the temporary emergency gun violence restraining order, and it's issued by the on-duty judge, and it's served on site. Each gun violence restraining order, you just have to articulate that the person is a danger and that there's an immediate access to firearm. The first one is that the temporary one that in the situation you just referred to, this individual has a present danger, an immediate and present danger. So if you articulated that this individual has an immediate present danger and he has access to firearm, the judge will typically grant it on site.
And Councilmember Erickson, if I may add, typically when we seize guns, we're seizing them for reasons other than a gun violence restraining order. So that, other emergency situations, domestic violence is a typical situation where we don't need any type of gun violence restraining order to seize guns. Another situation would be when we place somebody on a psychiatric evaluation. That would be another instance where we would not need a restraining order to seize a gun. And then, of course, other crimes being committed would be others. So typically when we seize guns, it's not as a result of a gun violence restraining order. Not to say that we wouldn't, we certainly would, but I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fuson.
Great, thanks for the presentation. No doubt gun violence is a big issue, an epidemic in the country. I'm just curious, how often are the gun locks used?
How often are the gun locks used by?
That are in the front desk of the...
Well, we have them available in a box, and whoever comes and requests one will get one.
Okay. Okay. And to reduce, violence in the community, does the police department ever work up or prop up like community-based organizations or community work, intervention programs?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember Puza. Absolutely. And we meet with community groups all the time. One of the groups that I have met with and that we have collaborated with was here this evening, Culver 878. And really just, what I found most useful in meeting with that group in particular was the exchange of ideas and information on how we can do more in this gun safety space here for the city of Culver City. So we're happy to meet with any other group that is interested in getting involved in this very important cause so that we can do our part to keep this city safe.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Bryan.
Thank you. Congrats again, Captain Martinez.
Thank you.
Just a couple of quick questions. For the restraining order, when it expires, I'm thinking in particular the longer term one, the 1 to 5 year, is there some sort of notification? And in my head, if someone is deserving of a restraining order, it in all likelihood should be permanent. We can't do that, but what's the mechanism for the person who requested the restraining order? Are they alerted when it is about to expire, or do we not know when it just happens?
They're giving court paperwork when the gun violence restraining order will be expiring. As far as when the subjects in question can get their firearms back, again, the court determines that, and then it goes through the Department of Justice, their firearms unit. We get notified, and the individual has to go through a process to see if he can get his firearms back, to see what maybe his state is. So it's not a quick return. Here's returning their firearms to them.
Okay, so it doesn't just expire and no one is really paying attention. There's actually a process where they are alert, they are notified, there's an evaluation, and all that happens.
Yes, sir.
And just to add to that, Vice Mayor O'Brien, both parties typically are going to be involved with that court process as it progresses. And so the other party who filed the gun violence restraining order would be kept up to date with what is happening with the case.
Great. And then knowing that one of the requirements for a gun violence restraining order is to have access to a weapon, the result of the restraining order not only keeps them from obtaining a new weapon, but they have to return it. They have to turn in a weapon, correct? That's part of that for every person who's given that restraining order. Receipt of a weapon by the police or whatever agency is a result, correct?
Yes, Vice Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm happy to hear of your good news.
Thank you.
Do we have a tally of the number of GVROs that have been issued in Culver City?
To our knowledge, 0. Mayor McMorrin.
Yeah, and if I could add to that, Mayor, as I alluded to earlier in having answered Councilmember Erickson's question, gun violence restraining orders, which were introduced in 2016, are a very underutilized resource. And in fact, in 2022, I believe, which was the last data that we were able to find, there were only 65 gun violence restraining orders issued in the county of Los Angeles. And so again, just to highlight the fact that it's a very underutilized tool. As I mentioned before, and as we presented, we do seize guns often. In fact, we seized 115 guns over the last year and a half or so, but it's typically by other means.
Thank you for that additional information, Chief. Just to follow up on what you just shared, was it 65 total in 2022 or since 2022? Just to get clarity on that data point.
65 total in the year 2022.
Okay, and that's the last data point available?
That we could find, yes, Mayor.
Great. Aside, I know that you all stood up a website recently around this issue, and I deeply appreciate that in terms of community awareness. Are there any planned activations or amplification around this information to the community, given Gun Safety Awareness Month?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you very much. We are also and have been for the last couple of weeks engaging in a social media campaign around these issues and gun violence restraining orders in particular, and directing folks to our website where they can find all of the information related to gun violence restraining orders. I think it's an important topic, especially given the fact that these restraining orders are so underutilized, and I would certainly encourage anyone that believes they are aware of a situation that might qualify for a gun violence restraining order to please reach out to us at the police department if you're looking for direction and help, or visit the Santa Monica Courthouse where they do have an information desk available that can help guide folks through the process. It's something that we are encouraging folks to educate themselves on, and hope that we will have some opportunities in the future to utilize this important tool.
Thank you. And this is the first year we've done a social media campaign around this issue, right?
That's correct, Mayor, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope it yields effective impact, and I'm glad you all are doing that. I do have a question because there was some data shared in the slides, and this will also be, I think I heard you say, Captain, this would be listed on the website as well, correct?
Yes, Mayor.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And as it pertains to just because I know, right, I think I saw the data from June to June, and I sort of just think of your data specifically because the quarterly reports from January to December. Was there a reason why we amplified from June to June for this report? Is it just because we're in June?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, all right. I'm curious, as we move forward, and I hope that this is something that we can continue to sort of amplify and provide additional, resources around what is offered and what is available here in Culver City as well as in LA County, that we maybe can, and I know that data is different. I think, is it before 2022 or 2021 in terms of how the police have been collecting data? I forget when it shifted over in terms of being able to track, but whenever it's easier for you all to track, if we could just have just information on the number of incidents that have taken place with guns in terms of by year. So if you want to do it from June to June, maybe this could be something that is annual in terms of an update and as it pertains to gun violence. So potentially having how many incidents, how many guns were recovered, the number of actual shootings, if there were the number of deaths, if that happened, however detailed we can be in terms of, what has occurred from whether that's 2021 or 2022. I can't recall whenever the data is easier to track for the police department, but it would be helpful to continue to sort of measure, as well as if we are receiving any applications for gun violence restraining orders, if you'd like to include any presentations or any education outreaches that you all have been doing to sort of track that just for information purposes, that'd be great. So that's something I'd like to see moving forward, just so we can continue to track how things are going and the impact of the work as gun violence continues to be a concern worldwide, but particularly in the United States due to the ease that guns can be maintained or retrieved, rather, the access to guns. And I'm just curious, as it pertains to the type of gun victims, is there like information that we have about a typical type of gun victim in Culver City? Do we have like that information? Like in terms of like, in Culver City, we typically see guns with, I don't know, whatever, like, you know, like whatever characteristics that might come about as a relation to, I don't know what you all see in the day-to-day as it pertains to guns. I know we don't have that many murders, which is great. I don't want to have more, but what are we seeing to sort of help us kind of understand how to respond?
Well, thank you for the question, Mayor. I would say that the type of gun violence that we see in Culver City is, it's extremely varied. And so I'm sorry I can't be more specific, but that's just the truth. It's varied. Guns are used in a variety of different types of crimes. Of course, street robberies, shootings, murder, and so it's just assault with a deadly weapon. If you point a gun at somebody and don't fire it, that would be an assault with a deadly weapon. And so yeah, I feel like, and we were talking about this earlier as my command staff and I, that an annual gun violence report, just like this, might be something that we can do. I'm not promising a written document at this time, but because I think we report all that data already, it makes sense given it's Gun Violence Awareness Month. So and continue to moving forward during the month of June to campaign around gun violence awareness, whether that's community events, social media, and otherwise. So we'll continue to look at it as we move forward and track this data, but I think that's something that would make sense for Culver City.
Sounds good. I look forward to that. And again, just like a chart and any other kind of information that you all want to lift up to make it easier, just to sort of aggregate, I guess if we're doing June to June from the various years, or maybe just year by year, whatever makes it easy for you in terms of aggregating the data. So I only have a couple more. Do we do anything in Culver City around providing victims with support after violence happens in general, whether it's gun violence or just, do we have like programs like that where victims receive like official support or something like that from the city?
Yeah, we do, Mayor. Thank you. And that starts with our officers who respond to these types of calls, domestic violence or otherwise, or victim of a gun violence incident. All of our officers carry with them cards, victim support type cards that have information for our victim support that is provided primarily by the district attorney's office. And so to add to that, once a case has been assigned to a detective, that detective follows up with the victims of our crimes here in Culver City and ensures that the individual is taking advantage of the support that is available to them, and kind of helps walk them through that process if that's not happening.
And that's also available in terms of a link on our website somewhere, this victim support?
We'll take a look at that, Mayor. I don't know offhand.
I would love if we could, because a lot of times on the backside, when bad things happen, folks don't know where they can go for support. And if we can be a part of supporting or closing that loop for folks, that'd be great. So last two, I'm really grateful that you uplifted Culver 878, really grateful for the work that they've been doing in the community overall. Do we have like a list of nonprofit partners or just any partners that y'all go to sort of collaborate to do gun violence prevention work? Or maybe this could be something that we work on or that you work on to develop in terms of identifying potential partners for amplifying and being more impactful with this education that you're trying to do?
I don't have a list offhand, Mayor, of those groups. I certainly encourage anybody who's interested in partnering with our police department on this or any other issue to please reach out to us. They can reach out to my office. My phone number is 310-253-6100, 6100, and we will make sure to get in touch with them. They can also shoot an email to chief@culvercitypd.org, and I'm sorry, chief@culvercity.org. And I would also be open to any suggestions from council. If you or any other members of the council have suggestions on the different groups that we can partner with, I'm happy to hear it. In regards to the different events that we've done over just last year, for example, taking our gun buyback as an example, which I think is a really important event to highlight here, since we did seize, I think, 33 guns as a result of our last gun buyback. We partnered, we received a lot of support from Councilmember Vera. Thank you so much, sir. You mentioned that earlier. And the Boy Scouts, the Scouts of America now, formerly the Boy Scouts, and who helped us with an incredibly successful event. And we are planning our next gun buyback event for September. And so more information to come on that, and we're excited to partner with anybody who's interested in helping with that event.
Wonderful. I think I already asked about this, but hopefully the gun retrievals or programs could be captured in the chart next year.
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you.
And are there opportunities for, so the last question, because I think you touched on what collaboration could look like with the potential partners, so grateful for you uplifting that. Are we ensuring to close the loop with our school district and any other youth serving entities as it pertains to gun safety, and how is the police department doing that?
Well, we absolutely have a great partnership with our schools here in Culver City. We work really closely and often with Culver City High School, Culver City Middle School, and that's primarily led by our school resource officer, who partners with both of those, well, the school district in general is responsible for policing all of the schools in Culver City, both public and private. I know of that we have participated in safety assemblies that are related to gun safety, gun violence, and kind of what to do if you are, as a student, made aware of a potential weapon on campus and things of that nature. So that is a partnership that we have. We also partnership with the school district on active shooter training that we will be conducting this summer. So we involve the school security staff in that training and any members of the school faculty and administration who would like to participate in that. So that's a really important training that we will be conducting again this summer, so very soon.
And just to dovetail off that, thank you for sharing. That's an annual training, the school active shooter?
The big active shooter event that we have coming up here is every other year, but the assemblies and the education training events, the assemblies type events are annual.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. Do we have any, or thank you for the answers to my questions. Do we have any comments from the public on this? Wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate your work.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Thank you.
All right. We are moving on to joint public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mayor, we currently have 6 people signed up to speak.
Wonderful.
I'll go ahead and read our statement regarding hate speech.
Thank you.
Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on the diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. Since we only have about 6 people signed up, do you want to set the time for 3 minutes?
Less than 10 is 3 minutes, 20 and under is 2 minutes, and 20 and up is 90 seconds. Always the rule. Thanks.
And our first speaker is Michael Burns.
Good evening.
And thank you for your time today. I'm Michael Burns with the environmental justice nonprofit California Greenworks, and I'm here to announce a project, an infrastructure project that we're pursuing with the Measure W Safe Clean Water program. The majority of this infrastructure project is on the LA City side of the Ballona Creek and the West Adams Channel, but since the Ballona Creek is a shared watershed system, I'm here to encourage and to ask for a participation from Culver City, so that way we can complement all the programs and initiatives going along both sides of the Ballona Creek, like the Streets for All Bike Initiative, the Sid Cronenthal, stormwater management, and there's actually an opportunity for direct participation for Culver City on the northern side of the West Adams Channel. As I mentioned, we're right now in the TRP process with Measure W, co-funded by the Baldwin Hills Urban Watershed Conservancy. And we expect to progress to the implementation prospect within 2026, if everything goes according to plan. But yeah, we would love the input from Culver City. As I mentioned, we want to make sure the Ballona Creek is shared by everybody and that we can make it the best watershed that we can. And I have information to hand to somebody about the actual project and letters of support from LA City and Baldwin Hills.
So I was going to make sure that you followed up with our director, but do you have a specific ask for us in terms, are you seeking a letter of support?
So yes, we are seeking a letter of support if Culver City wants to join us on the northern part of the West Adams Channel.
Okay, so is that something that would need to be agendized? Okay. Okay. Sounds good. And the timeline is tight, or we got time, or what's that?
Yeah,
All right, wonderful, Mr. Burns. Thanks for coming.
All right, thank you.
I would just recommend that we get the 3 nodding heads in order to bring
Yeah,
it back.
for sure.
Yeah, okay.
I wanted to make sure that we had time.
Thank
So
you.
We'll wait for our director. Thanks.
And our next two speakers are Ron Basilian, followed by Melissa Sanders.
And Ron Basilian has 1 minute seated by Dennis Page.
Hey, I'll try to keep this short. Thank you for the 3 minutes. There's actually 2 things I wanted to discuss. One is the nature of ballot measures. We successfully got our petition on the ballot in 2020. That was a huge undertaking, getting 2,900 signatures. Politics is not an exact science, but it's close. We treated our signature gathering like a business. We hired people to help us out. We got 1,200 signatures on our own, 3,000 paid. Anybody that tells you you can get something on the ballot without paid signatures is lying. We estimated about 5 signatures per hour. That means 4,000 signatures at a 70% validity rate, which is what we found was exactly right for Culver City. That's 800 man-hours of labor to get something on the ballot. So anybody's accusing me of throwing shade, I'm speaking very generally. When people come to you with figures about how many signatures they collected, on a ballot measure, treat it with skepticism. It's not verified. Jeremy Bocchino can tell you how we very meticulously verified our signatures, at least with the city, in a very transparent fashion. We did it over a Zoom meeting. Everybody saw our ballot measure petition sheets. So just letting you keep that in mind for when people tell you how many signatures they collect. Second thing I wanted to talk about is this Safe Overland project. We tried to study the staff report. I was actually pretty disappointed, would be a euphemism, in the staff report that doesn't really show a before after of how they're going to change Overland. This is crucial to give residents a proper understanding of what the city is planning on shutting down in order to do the Safe Overland project. We need to know specifically what left turn lanes are going to get shut down, what median lanes are going to get shut down, what parking spaces are going to get shut down. The staff report does a great job of upselling it with all the cool bells and whistles that I'm used to seeing in other projects. But people are concerned with the lane closures, and we're going to make this an election issue. We are going to print flyers, and we're going to put them out to the Overland residents. So one way or another, we are going to have this data presentable in a very user-friendly format for masses of people to understand. So we would like the council to direct the city staff to provide a better presentation of what they plan on doing with Overland with a before after. You don't have to do it, but if you don't, we're going to tell people that we did this work ourselves without the help of the city. So thank you very much. I'll cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Melissa Sanders. Melissa, you're unmuted.
Hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. But I thought Ron was going in the direction for vote 16 and how they've been illegally gathering signatures, but I don't know where that stands. I really wanted to, I was going to talk about something else, but I'm really upset tonight. And I want to thank Jason Sims, Chief Sims, and his team for behaving and respecting the situation and doing what's best for the community. Once again, our wonderful school district is not doing what's best for the community, and they're not involving our city and specifically our police department when they go ahead and have events there that are going to be triggering and are going to possibly have some protests and some very upsetting situations. So I really would like there to be some kind of, I don't know what, that the school district or whoever's going to be running the frost, let at least the police department know when a possibly controversial event is taking place. They could have been there early. They could have made, just a nice quiet presence there. So when these people came and started zip tying signs to, poles and, disturbing things, that they were like, hey, that's not okay. Overall, I spoke to some of the officers. They were great. They were very much, concerned about public safety and not the signs, and did not want to take away anything because they wanted to focus on people, which was the right thing to do. But you guys have got to figure out a way to work with the district and get their people to just, for the love of God, communicate. And if there isn't, there needs to be a plan for the police department to deal with these situations if they hadn't found out, at least a half an hour before. So, by the frost tonight was just, I drove by and it was just really upsetting. It was upsetting to see the whole thing, but more upsetting to know that our police are not being allowed to do the job that they could be doing if they were just having the communication from our district. So whoever's on that panel, please shake them. let them know that this could have been a really bad evening and they just needed to communicate properly. Thank you.
And our next two speakers are Mimi Mirovic and Julia Rodenberg. Mimi, yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi. I'm Mimi from Vote 16. And so many people know who we are, but just to reiterate it, we're a student-led campaign aiming to expand the voting age in Culver City to 16 years old for our local elections. And we were on the ballot in 2022 as Measure VY to expand this voting age for municipal and school board elections. And we unfortunately lost by 16 votes out of the 16,000 votes for this matter, gaining 49.95% of the votes. And since then, we've gone petitioning with adult volunteers in the community who have supported us. And with that, we've gotten around 2,000 signatures, with these adults being the main circulators of these petitions, but with us helping them with all the language and just being a part of this matter. And so because of this very, very close margin and our efforts since then, and just our overwhelming support from the community and our constituents, we are going to try to be on the ballot again for the upcoming November election, but minimize it to just 16 and 17-year-olds being able to vote for school board elections. And we hope that this will be more successful as students are directly affected by all the decisions that the school board makes, because these students go to these schools. They are affected by the school board that has control over the high school and everything. And so we're just asking to get this agendized for the next meeting. And yeah.
Thank you. Next, we have Julia Rodenberg. Julia, you're unmuted.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Julia. I'm a recent graduate of Culver City High School and also the president of the Vote 16 campaign. Mimi already mentioned a lot of what you need to know, but essentially we had that measure in 2022. It received 8,293 Culver City yes votes from Culver City residents. It lost by a 16 vote margin, meaning that the future of youth enfranchisement in our city was ultimately only decided by a few households. And then this year we had almost 2,000 Culver City residents sign our petition to get it back on the ballot. So I think it's clear that this is something that a lot of constituents care about, and I hope that the council will vote to agendize it. We already have the ordinance drafted, so I'm just going to officially ask. We're wondering if there are 3 people who would agendize an adoption of a resolution to place on the general election ballot, amending the city charter to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in Culver City school board elections. And just to make sure it's clear again, this is for school board elections, not school board and municipal, as was the language of the previous measure in 2022. That's it. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good rest of your night.
And our last speaker, Salem Alem.
I think if you really want to talk about cutting down the homelessness issue, you should really address the issue of the unsafe discharge plan that the hospitals has. My daughter is in this situation because of what Culver City did to us. Accountability is needed, but you're not standing up to the plate. So since then, since January 5, 2022, 3 hospitals dump her on the street. 3, not 1. And then you also need to look Los Angeles County Mental Health Department conflict of interest that exists that allowing people to go out on the streets. And the issue of conservatorship, how difficult it is because hospitals don't want to initiate conservatorship because they don't want to, because it's money, isn't it? It's time for them. But once the patient is released, we need 3 psychiatrists. How can you get 3 psychiatrists when, because of HIPAA, they don't let us have it as a parents, as a loved ones? So yeah, patients are wandering around everywhere, isn't it? And then HUD is not helping. Too bad she left. The housing authority is part of the problem because Culver City made a mistake. She should have been added on the list, on the voucher. She was not added. You made a mistake. You allowed this injustice to go against us. Over $20,000 dollars. I end up in dates. Forget about the money. How about the emotional crisis? You did talk about Mother Teresa. Remember the first time you came in? Then do the right thing and fix it. And then you will never fix the crisis of homelessness issue unless the city, the county, the states, the feds, the victims, the advocates sit down, listen to us. You will never do it. We're handing out money where? Outside the country, isn't it? But look, it looks like a third world country. Our country is going down the hill. This is what you did to us. And then this is the unsafe discharge result of my daughter vandalizing my apartment. The other one, I don't have it. The Department of, what is it? Look, stuck, Disability Rights of California. Why don't you go look at it? This is a new stuff, March 2024. Read it.
Ms. Salim, have you been in touch with our city staff or our mobile crisis team at all?
I did, because you know what? 1 year ago, we moved out, so we are not a resident. We're not qualified, even though you did all this injustice to us. No, we are not. They're trying, but you know, all this, you know, red tapes that you have, you're not going to help me, are you?
Do me a favor, because I sit on the LASA board for the county. If you can send me an email, I'll try to connect you with maybe someone from the county that might be able to follow up and connect you based on your current spot area. Okay?
That's nice of you, but you know what, LASA is the one going to mental health courts, Los Angeles County Mental Health Department. The LASA lady, she came herself and she spoke how LASA is corrupted.
It's a big, we're undergoing some
So sad.
changes, but
It's so sad.
if there's anything I can do, just please reach
I'll
out.
email you.
Thank you for
Thank
sharing.
you very much.
That was our last speaker.
Thank you. Can I have a motion for the receipt and filing of correspondence received by our 3 p.m. deadline?
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Vera, seconded by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Councilmember Puz, are you able to vote or no? Okay.
Let's do a voice vote.
Yeah. No. Okay, I can come up and fix it. Do you want to do a verbal vote for this motion?
What'd you say, Tiana?
Oh, would you like to do a voice vote for this motion? Aye. Okay,
Aye.
thank you. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will take the order of agenda as listed. We are now moving on to consent. Are there any items that colleagues would like to pull? Councilmember Vera.
Nothing from me, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
Nothing?
Okay, Councilmember Puza.
No, Mayor, thank you.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
No, Mayor.
Okay, just all these windows. Do we have any comments on consent, City Clerk?
Item C9, we have a speaker.
Okay. I am double checking. Okay, let's go to the comment on C9.
Dexter O'Connell.
Hello, Mayor, members of council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Dexter O'Connell with Safe Place for Youth, the provider of homeless services to young people in Spot 5. I just want to thank you for participating in the FYI voucher program, housing voucher that's former foster and probation youth with a connection to Culver City. I will also tell you, as I've told Vice Mayor O'Brien before, and I want to specifically thank Vice Mayor O'Brien and Tevis Barnes for your leadership on this issue, so thank you both very much. I want to let you know that Culver City's example has caused Santa Monica, Glendale, the City of Los Angeles, Pasadena, Long Beach, Redondo Beach, and Inglewood to participate in this program. And the MOU that you've negotiated is the one being shared right now with Baldwin Park and Burbank to get them to consider participating as well. So Culver City's leadership on this issue has been extremely instrumental in encouraging other housing authorities to have success in participating in this program. So it's not just the 3 to 8 vouchers that will happen in Culver City, but the 50 in Long Beach, the 50 in Los Angeles, the 25 in Inglewood, the 3 to 5 in Redondo Beach, the however many Santa Monica settles on in the end, and the up to 25 in Glendale that are also thanks to your leadership. So we deeply appreciate that, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate with you to make sure these vouchers get leased up and to make use of more of them in future years. So thank you very much, Mayor and members of council. We really appreciate that. Looking forward to further collaboration, and thank you, Tevis, as well.
That was our only speaker.
Okay, do we have a motion for all of our consent items?
Alrighty, thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Puza, seconded by Mayor McMorrin to approve the consent agenda. We begin voting. This motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We are moving on to our action items. A1, adoption of a resolution calling a general municipal election to be held in the city of Culver City on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, to elect 3 council members to the city council, each for a full term of 4 years, and adoption of a resolution requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles to consolidate a general municipal election with a statewide general election and to render full election services to the city related to the conduct of said election.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Tiana Allen. Tonight, I am putting on my deputy election official hat. I'm filling in for our elections official, Jeremy Bocchino. So tonight, we are calling the general municipal election pursuant to section 1500 of our city charter. The general municipal elections for the filing of all elective offices other than the Board of Education shall be held in the city on a date of the statewide general election. This year, the date is Tuesday, November 5th.
No, you went off. I have one of these. You need it?
All right. I got this. Oh, thank you. Feels so special. Alrighty. So just to reiterate, so this year, the date of the general municipal election is Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Elections Code Section 12101 requires notice of elections for candidates to be published between July 1st, 2024 and July 5th, 2024. We are requesting the county to consolidate the election and render election services in accordance with the California Elections Code Sections 10002 and 10403. The governing body of any city or district may, by resolution, request the Board of Supervisors of the county to permit the county elections official to consolidate the election and render election services to the city or district relating to the conduct of the election. The city clerk recommends the city council adopt the proposed resolution requesting the Board of Supervisors consolidate the election and render full services to the city relating to the conduct of said election for Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. This election is to call the election to elect 3 members to the city council on the ballot of November 5th, 2024. And then we are requesting the county to render election services in accordance with California Elections Code Sections 10002 and 10403, which allows the governing body of any city or district by resolution to request the Board of Supervisors of the county to consolidate the general municipal election with the statewide election held in the county at the same time, and also permit the county elections official to render election services to the city or district relating to the conduct of the election. The city clerk recommends the city council adopt the proposed resolution requesting the Board of Supervisors consolidate the election and render full election services to the city in relation to the conduct of said election. The estimated total cost of this election is approximately $200,000, which is approved in our adopted budget for the year. And I am available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this issue, on this item?
There is none.
Okay. Councilmember Vera.
No questions?
Councilmember Erickson.
No question.
Councilmember Booza.
No questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
No questions.
Can we have a motion to adopt this resolution regarding the election on November 5th and a request to the Board of Supervisors to consolidate general municipal election with the statewide and rendering full election services?
Yes, thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Erickson, seconded by Councilmember Vera. You may begin voting. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. A2, action item, appointments to the BPAC and consideration of LAX Area Advisory Committee, term length for one appointee. And I have to run to the back really quick. I'll be right back.
Great. And we have a brief staff report from Mimi Farrell.
Good evening. This is Mimi Farrell, City Clerk Specialist. Staff recommends that the City Council reconsider appointments to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and consider the term length for one appointee to the LAX Area Advisory Committee. Inadvertently, an appointment to the parent seat was not supposed to happen. There are only a total of 4 positions: 1 youth/student member, 1 resident senior member, 1 business community member, and 1 resident member. Council members may reconsider all 13 eligible applications to the open positions on the BPAC committee and appoint members. For the LAX Area Advisory Committee, staff requests City Council consider appointing a member to a partial term, June 24 through December 31st, 2024. Because Luciano Nocera is already a member, Council may choose to appoint either Beth Hyatt or Adam Moore for the current partial vacancy. Staff reached out to both Adam Moore and Beth Hyatt, but only Adam Moore responded, and he's available for the partial term. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public?
No.
There are none.
Okay, thank you. Comments from council members. Councilmember Rivera?
Quick question on the BPAC. As opposed to scrapping the whole thing and start from scratch, can we just eliminate that one spot and keep everything as is?
I believe so. If you wanted to confirm your previous appointments.
I'm sorry?
If you wanted to confirm your previous appointments, we could do that.
And then for LAX, you said only Mr. Moore responded? Hang on. And you said Mr. Moore was the only one who responded from?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
All right, that would be then my choice as well on that one. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera. And you're recommending that we just keep our appointments for BPAC and eliminate the parent?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Rivera.
Councilmember Prusa?
I know how this is going to go, but I just want to mention that I was consistent in recommending incumbents across the board, because unless I did something egregious, I think historical knowledge is important. I recommended incumbents that people might otherwise think I wouldn't have appointed, and I'm just curious because the incumbents who weren't reappointed, I'm just curious about what they had in common. Thank you, Mayor.
No, can I answer on that one? Just talk
Can we just go in order first, and then we'll come back to you, Councilmember, if you're okay with that?
because he asked the question.
If you could put a pin in it, we'll
It was a
come right back
rhetorical
to you.
question. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the Vice Mayor.
I'm on board with removing our parent candidate and asking her to reapply next year when the seat is available, Ms. Easley. And since Mr. Moore responded that he would be interested in starting early, going with him. Thank you.
Thank you to Vice Mayor O'Brien for holding it down while to step into the back, so appreciation for that. And also just want to thank, I know 105 applications, I think, total. Completely understandable that we are back to just straighten things out. So deep appreciation to the entire city clerk team for, again, I think really impressive outreach. Again, we had a lot of youth apply, a lot of engagement. So I'm really grateful for that. I just wanted to emphasize that. And again, a lot of folks on the dais, including myself, started out by applying for a role and didn't necessarily get it that first time, so please don't be discouraged. I think that there's clear consensus from our council majority on how to move forward, so I think staff probably has what they need. I am, just want to express publicly, just disappointed that we are not moving forward with the incumbent on the BPAC, particularly because of her ongoing advocacy and lived experience in, this space. And it's just, disappointing. But it looks like staff has consensus, so I'm open to entertaining a motion in a second for those items. And I did promise to return to Councilmember Erickson to share a rhetorical response to make it interesting this evening.
Well, I didn't open the can, so I was very clear when we had this discussion that I feel that anyone that participates in financing a lawsuit of the city, and they are free to do that. But you have to realize that there are conflicts of interest, and there are perceived conflicts of interest, and that's really where I come from with regards to two individuals. So I was very clear on that. So, and this is not the first time that incumbents has not been put back on. This has happened before, so this is nothing new. I think we should be aware of that it's not the first time.
In light of it being June and us just celebrating Juneteenth, I just want to uplift that laws are not necessarily always just. So I just want to bring that in the room because I don't know how that's always, a justification. But I do appreciate colleagues having diverse opinions reflective of our beautiful community that we have here. I think we have a motion. I don't see a second to move us along so we can get through our agenda items this evening. Wonderful. Looks like we have a motion in a second.
All right, thank you. It looks like we have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, seconded by Councilmember Vera, to appoint, I'm just going to run through the list really fast. Hunter Salem to our youth and student member seat, Carolyn LaVuser to our resident senior member seat, Travis Morgan to the resident member 1 seat, Jay Marvin Campbell to the business community seat, and appoint Adam Moore to fill the current vacancy on the LAX Area Advisory Committee for a term beginning June 24th, ending on December 31st, 2024, and then the subsequent term. You may begin voting. That vote, the motion passes with 4 ayes with 1 abstention from Mayor McMorrin.
Thank you so much. We are going to move on to A3, action item, approval of an amendment to existing professional services agreement with Urban Alchemy, an amount not to exceed $4 million+ for the time of performance from July 1st, 2024 through July 30th, 2025 for one continuation as the lead operator and service provider for Wellness Village, Safe Sleep, or the Safe Camping Site, 2 expanded evening and weekend homeless outreach services through the community engagement and outreach team, and 3 provision of a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week supportive service and care as a part of the motel master leasing and nutrition program, including a pilot safe parking program. Welcome back, Director Barnes.
For the sake of the public, I will reintroduce myself. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. I am Tevis Barnes, Housing and Human Services Director. As usual, it is always a pleasure to be before you and highlighting the work of our staff. Through the direction and support of this body to address homelessness in an impactful way, Culver City strives to provide a localized continuum of care approach that leads with supportive service and care for our unhoused neighbors. Tonight, staff is recommending components of our continuum of care, which include our wellness village, homeless outreach, which of course is essential to everything we do, and our motel master leasing program. Staff is recommending amending the contract with Urban Alchemy in the amount of $4.4 million, which will include the following components: the continuation of our wellness village, some know this as our safe sleep programming. 2, the enhancement and expansion of homeless outreach services through the Urban Alchemy Community Engagement and Outreach Team, which is called CEO, to provide homeless outreach 7 days a week from the hours of 3 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Also, the third component is for the provision of 24-hour, 7-day-a-week supportive service and care as part of our mobile master leasing and nutrition program, including the introduction of our pilot safe parking program that will serve up to 5 persons experiencing homelessness in their cars. Our report is pretty in-depth, so I'm sure there are lots of questions. I do want to bring to council's attention on page 5 of the report, under the fiscal analysis, there's a chart that gives you some numbers, and some of the numbers were accidentally inverted. So just for the public and for council to be aware, the amounts for homeless outreach and the motel master leasing were inverted. So homeless outreach is actually $600,000, and motel master leasing is $799. It is correct in the narrative, but just in that one particular graphic representation of the numbers have been inverted. That concludes my portion of the report, so I'm here to address any questions and concerns. I should also add that we have a member of the Urban Alchemy executive team, Kirkpatrick Tyler, who is here in the audience, and he can also make himself available if there are any questions.
Thank you, Director Barnes, for the presentation. City Clerk, are there any questions or, excuse me, are there any comments from the public at this time?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2, Melissa Sanders and Denise Neal.
Okay, let's go to the comments and then we'll go around to colleagues. Thank you.
Melissa Sanders, you are unmuted.
Thank you. And Ms. Barnes, thank you again for your email this afternoon. I really do appreciate you taking the time. I know you're very busy with what you do. Maybe the Urban Alchemy people can answer this for me. I'm still very confused as to why the city is not getting grants and other outside funding to cover some of these costs. And I'm wondering if Urban Alchemy is not doing grant writing. Are they not submitting for services? Is there a barrier to doing so? Like, what is the reason behind the city not getting paid for a lot of the services that many other health organizations and nonprofits do get paid for? We're doing this amazing program, and I'm all for the program, but I am not all for bankrupting the city. For this program or any other program for that matter. So I'm really trying to wrap my head around why we're paying $4+ million out of pocket to Urban Alchemy without getting anything reimbursed or covered or whatever for this, certain number of people. It's not like they're seeing or servicing hundreds of people a day. This seems like a lot of money for services, and that there's no grant writing involved. There's no federal, county, state, like something that we should be getting reimbursed for. Seems odd. So perhaps they can answer that for us.
I'm going to first answer it, and then I will ask Urban Alchemy to also join in. the first response to that, the dollars have to be available. We are a city government, so a lot of foundation funds and other types of dollars, we are not even eligible to apply. They go to nonprofits and not to governmental entities. So we have to wait for funds that are made available either through the federal government or the state government for us to apply for those funds. Staff spends a great deal of time, I like to say, is chasing money. Just tonight, we approved an MOU with the Department of Children and Family Services, where they are granting us services, and the federal government is granting us those vouchers, and we had to apply through that through a grant process. Our Project Home Key was a competitive grant that we were able to receive, which was $26.6 million, but they only gave us mainly capital dollars, and so for the services, we had to pay for those ourselves, which is to a tune of up to almost $5 million a year. So if funds were available, we would chase them. It's not on a reimbursement basis. This is a program that's funded through, like, say, Medi-Cal, where they charge the services to Medi-Cal. These are housing services and outreach services, which are not something that you would apply for a reimbursement through a Medi-Cal type program. I'm now going to turn it over to Kirkpatrick, and he can also talk about Urban Alchemy and their grant efforts.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Great to be before you this evening. So Urban Alchemy is a social enterprise, which means about 95% of our funding comes from fee-for-service. So when we provide a service for a municipality, we are paid for that. About 98% of that goes into program provision and paying practitioners, or what are traditionally called staff. The other 5% of our funds do come from fundraising and development. Oftentimes, that 5% is to pay for the unfunded portion of our work. So me standing here, there's no program dollars that come out of Culver City's budget to pay for me for enhancements and support for the staff, for the practitioners that work for Urban Alchemy. So ensuring that they have opportunities for professional development, ensuring that they have mental health support for the amazing challenges that the men and women who work on the ground face each day while working with our most vulnerable neighbors. And so we do fundraising. We do funds development. However, the work that we do for a municipality is a fee-for-service because we serve as a social enterprise and not a traditional nonprofit organization.
Did Ms. Sanders, thank you so much.
Yes.
Did Ms. Sanders finish her comment? I know you addressed her, Director Barnes, but did she have anything else? Because I do want to make sure if colleagues have questions, they have an opportunity, but I did want to make sure we heard from everyone who wanted to speak.
So thank you, Yasmin. It sounds like I may be calling and getting some more answers. It sounds like we're bleeding money because we're not partnered with a federally qualified health center, and we need to stop that. This was not done in a way that we can go after money, and there is money. We're a city, and we can't be doing this. So I'll try to get some people in touch with one another and see if we can continue this program without bleeding the city dry, because there's options out there that need to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and community at large. Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. Denise Neal. One of my groups went yesterday to volunteer at Urban Alchemy. I got to talk to them a little bit, and I'm hoping we can volunteer more, but just to the point that Ms. Sanders brought up, I wanted to know if the California Endowment can help with some of that funding. I also would like to know if the zoning considerations can be, I guess, requested for our entire region, because homeless people, as I mentioned before, are like water and they flow everywhere. And normally areas get their funding per capita, but they're not in houses, so they're not really being counted. and they're being sent from other places, like other states, constantly. So this hole in the bucket approach doesn't work. I wanted to know if there's a way that the city can work with all strata of government, I think I mentioned it before, to see if there's a way to get municipal, county, state, and federal zones to do blanketed funding to catch everybody between the cracks, to get the money to, from the government to address some of these needs. She's right. The city shouldn't be burdened with this. It's a responsibility, but there's funding there, and California Endowment has countless like sources of funding. I think you should probably look into that, and we need to know how we're going to develop our public-private partnerships to get a lot of this stuff done. I agree with Ms. Sanders. I also would like to know if there's a way that we can work with Karen Bass, who's in charge of MTA and the homeless, the Mayor's Homeless Council, I guess, nationwide, to get some of that money she's got so we can do a multi-agency substation and an MCT 24/7 site at Ivy Station. I canvassed the area again, and there are 3 very large unused commercial spaces at the ground level at Ivy Station. On the LA side, 3 agencies for law enforcement can be there. Pacific, Western, and Metro Police can be on the LA side, and the Culver side can house Culver PD, maybe the county sheriff, and any private security that's on that block. They all agree that, you know, they need a way station or maybe 2 way stations. And after speaking to the MCT team at Juneteenth, they like the idea of having a 24/7 drop-in center or emergency crisis center to work with law enforcement, and maybe that empty restaurant can be used for a 24-hour Denny's. We need to use that Ivy Station empty space, and we need a visible physical presence of law.
Thank you, Tevis, for the presentation, and the speakers, Ms. Neal and Ms. Sanders. I agree with both speakers that it is about partnership, the public-private partnership, but we also, it's about money. It's about leveraging money and how we can get county and state to help us out. As a municipality, I think we're doing more so than any other municipality in our area in terms of money that we're putting into the unhoused. But we need help. We need, like I said, the county and state to help us out here a little more than we have had in the past. Other than that, those are my only comments. Strata, thank you so much. We had plenty of conversation. I've been to your site multiple times. I appreciate the work that you guys are doing. It's not a perfect science, but you guys are doing your best. And when there's issues that arise, I love, the responsiveness of you and your staff to address those issues, pivot, and doing the best you can. So thank you very much. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, thank you. The report described exactly what goes on, so I don't have any specific questions. I'm going to make 2 comments. It was mentioned that Mayor Bass has gotten a lot of money, and LA City has gotten money directly. How the system works with state money is that the larger cities like Long Beach, Glendale, LA gets money directly, but all the other cities have to share a pool that the county gets. So there is a difference, right? And on that topic, there is an interagency called the West Side Council of Government, where you have West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, and Culver City, and the 2 LA council districts around us here, so Yaroslavsky's district and Parks district, and then also the 2 supervisory districts that are included in this, Holly Mitchell's and Lindsay Horvath's district. There are some of this money from the metro for different things, including some homeless issues, and other state money comes to that group. And we've been working on I've been president there last year. We've been working on now for 2 years to pool our money together between these cities instead of we just divvy it up. We have actually set a pool, all of us have said, okay, we're going to set some of the money aside in a common pool. And what we are looking at is, and we actually commissioned just last week or 2 weeks ago, a rather detailed study for how we could set up a regional navigation center where all these cities and the 2 council districts from LA would share, and we would have this resource, which then would be filled with a lot of the services that are needed, including medical. So that work is, and we putting out a contract for several $100,000 to do a complete study, how that would be set up, how we could work together between the cities, but not least to find a geographic spot, because West Side is built out quite a lot, so it's going to be a challenge. But just as an information piece, there are some work, but there's definitely not enough money coming to Culver City, not at all. And we bring that up every time, that Proposition H, which is a quarter-cent sales tax that we voted through in the county 7 years ago, and Culver City has, over these 7 years, contributed somewhere between $35, $38 million into that. And we have gotten less than $500,000 back directly from that. So there is money, but it goes to other places. Of course, we're going to have to get money because we will not be able to continue and sustain what we are doing over time. And staff has shown that with the 10-year forecast that there is a structural deficit somewhere, $6-7 million most likely over time now. So we're going to have to find somewhere an interested party who is willing to work with us. And my belief is it should be the county. We are doing county's work. And it's sort of sad that that's the reality we live in. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to venture out a little.
Completely fine. Thanks for that update on the West Side Cobb. Councilmember Boozer.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Erickson that it does need to be a regional approach, so I'm curious to learn more about what's going on in West Side COG. Thank you so much for the presentation and to the public speakers or public comments. I just have questions. I'm wondering, and maybe this, I should have asked this during the homeless emergency report, but just, thinking about, the amount of money that we're spending, and just want to make sure that we're holding Urban Alchemy accountable as much as we can, and wondering if we can get more notification about their performance, if we can get more metrics in the reporting. I have a couple, I'll just go down a list, and would it be okay if I just list them and then you can tell me what you think about them? So we know we've listed the number of people who've moved into permanent supportive housing. What about into, housing in general, if at all? It may be too soon for that, but maybe there's a category that we can have. The number of people who have started, some form of therapy, if at all. People who have started or completed some kind of alcohol or drug treatment. And then people who enter some sort of job training program or become employed, if at all. This may be way too soon. But again, and I know economic development is working on this. So again, maybe this is just some sort of category. And then the number of, and Mayor McMorrin brought this up earlier, but people who exit the program. That's the number. We don't need to know anything beyond that. And if there's sensitivity around any of this, maybe it's a report that can be shared with council, or maybe, it's whatever the frequency would be.
We can definitely include those data points, and actually, we already do collect them. we just don't report them out. We just kind of, right now, because we're building the programs up, we just want y'all to know how many folks were actually moving in. But in working with Assistant City Manager Bruckner, with regards to housing, we say Project Home Key or other housing resources, but we actually do break them down internally of what type of housing resource they actually went into. Did they get a Section 8 voucher? Did they go into veterans housing? Did they go into an assisted living facility? We do the same with exit. Was it a self-exit? Why was that person exited? So we actually gather all that data already on folks, and we also look at what are the types of services they are receiving. Are they getting mental health assessments, mental health follow-ups, job training, or what HUD and HCD refer to it as, though actually if we're helping folks to increase their income. Because a lot of folks may not enter the job force for various reasons. But we also need to look at how can we help increase their income. Most of the folks that enter our program are just getting GR. And for the public to know, that's $254 a month. Don't ask me where they got that number from. And it's been that way for 30 years, because that was the number when I started. So help me. But if we can help that person, if they're eligible for Social Security or any other type of benefits programs, or to help them get access to an EBT card, that is measured as a success. Because remember, not everyone is able to enter the workforce in the way that we're traditionally understand what that looks like. But yes, we already do go ahead and measure those. That's required by HUD, and it's also required by HCD as well, that we report those numbers. And so we are collecting that data, and they will be part of the dashboard. And we require our service providers to provide it on a monthly basis, and when they do the monthly, they have to give us the year to date. Also, to let y'all know, each of our service providers must sit on the Committee on Homelessness, or it's now called the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness. They must attend, and they must also give quarterly reports to that body as well. So not only are they reporting back to council, they're also reporting to a group of folks that you have appointed in an advisory capacity over housing and homeless services.
Yeah, and this is not about whether, and I know you're not saying this is not about whether people receive services or not, but it's just about, as we look at steps 2, 3, 4, and beyond, just more data points to help direct us. So I know that's not, I'm not implying that's what you're saying, but I'm trying to imply that's not, or say that's not what I'm implying either.
Yeah, I think we just want to make sure we're giving our unhoused neighbors as much comprehensive services and care that we can.
Yeah.
That's all we want to make sure that we're doing.
Exactly. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you to the speakers, and good to see you, Mr. Tyler. Thanks for coming tonight. My experience with Urban Alchemy, very anecdotal and not daily, but has been great. And I think one of the reasons why we're having so much success in Culver City with how we are looking out for our unhoused population is because we're keeping everything close to home. We're very fortunate that we're small, 5 not so square miles, as Julie Lucasero would say. And I think it's a good idea to have Urban Alchemy, who is embedded in Culver City, quite literally, available to do the off-hours outreach that's necessary at times. I anecdotally had a great experience. Ms. Barnes knows about it. It was on MLK Day. I was on a run down Jefferson, encountered an unhoused individual who was a little bit lost, was asking for directions on the bus schedule, and I was able to reach out to both Ms. Barnes and Carrie Bell over at Urban Alchemy to see if they could do some outreach, and this I don't think was in Urban Alchemy's purview at the time, and it came right out. And I mean, that was minutes. It was really, really quick. And I think it's really important to have that kind of connectivity and not quite, but almost instantaneous outreach. I think it's really valuable. So I support this. I think they're doing great. And I agree with the comments from Councilmember Puza. It'd be good to know those data points as we go forward. But I'm happy to vote yes on this. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Director Barnes, and I'm grateful that we have a representative from Urban Alchemy here with us. Thank you for being here. I'm grateful for the comments from community members. I went back and looked at my notes from, I think this is March 27th of 2023, when I think you were here for that meeting, if I'm not mistaken. And there was a lot of questions. I think at that time there was probably more community engagement because all of this sort of investment was new and folks had a lot of questions. Is there still, so I do have a couple of questions for you, just quick ones. Hopefully they're easy. I know that primarily this was Director Barnes's presentation, but I did just want to know, is there still a commitment from Urban Alchemy to continue to employ folks with lived experience, justice-impacted folks? Are we, still community-based as like an ethos at Urban Alchemy? Just to sort of understand if all of that is still standing for today in June 2024.
Absolutely. Urban Alchemy was created to create career pathways for formerly incarcerated individuals and long-term offenders returning home. If we didn't do that, we wouldn't be Urban Alchemy anymore. So yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. I'm happy to hear that. Glad that it's still a core value and something that y'all are lifting up. I did, just because, you've been sitting here all meeting, so I ask a lot of questions. Just for clarity and just also for more understanding for the community. I did come across some kind of concerning media articles as it pertained to not our Culver City site, which seems to be doing very well. Keep up the wonderful work. But I did just think it was important, like what's happening with and it's okay if you can't speak to it, but it's just a lot. And again, I sit on LASA. There's no way that you can do this kind of work and not have someone who's upset about what you're doing. So that's not a standard that I am lifting up. But I did think it was important just to sort of lift up both the Cal Matters report around Urban Alchemy, which really focused on the state sites, but also the LA Times lifted up an investigation that the controller was instituting around some of the LA-based sites.
Sure.
So, and it's okay if you can't touch on it, but I just,
Oh, no, we're free to speak about it if you'd like.
Okay, I just again, you don't have to tell us all the business, but I just want to make sure that the core values are the same and they're the same,
Absolutely.
We're all on one accord. So I just wanted to lift it up just in case community members had concerns, because it was in the news.
Oh, yeah, wonderful. I think if we're talking about the Cal Matters, I believe we're talking about the Vehicle Triage Center in Northern California.
And on April.
Yeah, and so that actually is a case that really is centered around the restrooms, and they're not being ADA compliant, which actually is not in the purview of Urban Alchemy's contract. So we actually don't control the restrooms. So we can lift up a concern, we can communicate that there's a need, but we're not the organization that actually has the power to bring us into compliance, which should have also been in that article. But we continue to advocate, work with the provider partner as well as the local municipality to get that resolved. We actually have a tour from officials coming in the coming weeks. In terms of the controller for the city of Los Angeles's investigation, it was actually triggered by a perceived incident, about a 12-second video that was taken by a passerby in the Skid Row community. In the Skid Row community, Urban Alchemy operates what you all actually were talking about a little earlier, climate centers that are activated both for extreme cold and extreme hot climates. And so every single day, Urban Alchemy practitioners are on 2 now, but usually 4 major corners within the Skid Row community. In the cold months, providing coffee, hot chocolate, snacks and treats, and a warm and safe space to be in. In the warm months, we provide water, juices, fruit cups, and again, a safe place, because in Skid Row, it's a heat. I forget the scientific name for it, but because of all the concrete and no green space, Skid Row is usually about 4 degrees warmer than traditional city space, and Skid Row doesn't have a lot of common areas for folks to gather like we have other heat centers throughout the city of Los Angeles. And so a passerby videotaped one of our practitioners who actually was spraying feces and urine that the unhoused individual had just left on the side. In the midst of that, the angle and the timing that they caught it, it gave the appearance that our practitioner was spraying an unhoused neighbor with water in the dead of night. We did a full investigation. We actually invited the controller and his entire team to come and be a part of the training, to talk to our staff. The court case that you're referencing actually was not about what actually happened in Skid Row. It was a dispute about the jurisdiction that the controller had to request the information that they were requesting beyond financial records. And so we actually submitted the first request that the controller's office asked for, which was around our training and how we teach our practitioners to engage unhoused residents. The second were a stack of documents and information that actually was not connected to the investigation. And the other portion of that was that the controller's office and his staff have a documented history of being in opposition to Urban Alchemy, reaching back all the way to the Echo Park housing operation that we were a part of. And so we wanted to, one, ensure that we were not being victimized, that we were not being bullied. We asked both the controller and the city of Los Angeles to simply give us a third-party kind of mediator to make sure that, because of the history between the controller's office and his staff and our organization, that everything could go forward in a really equitable way in which a local agency was not being bullied, and that we could be transparent with the city about how we operate.
I appreciate you being so forthcoming and transparent about those steps, and I'm grateful that seems to be moving forward.
Yep.
Just to sort of, my last kind of question, either for you or for Director Burns, have there been any complaints or investigations around anything in Culver City? I think I know the answer to this question, but just again for the public and just for transparency around, have there been any concerns since we've been working with Urban Alchemy?
You know, we are a very small city.
Yes, we are.
And if there was anything untoward, I'm gonna use that word, y'all would know about it.
Sure we would. But
Way before staff. And so there's nothing been brought to, my attention. In fact, even the police department said this, it's kind of quiet over there. And if you've ever been there, it's very quiet.
Wonderful. Thank you for answering those questions.
Sure.
I just have two more for Director Barnes, but thank you so much for being here and for your work. Really appreciate seeing you again.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Director Barnes, for reporting back on no complaints. We'd like to hear that. Do we have, or do you know if there are any other, let me take a step back. I know it's come up to me from community members around sort of what the process was for sort of vetting the expansion of this contract. Did we do a RFP? Was it just because they're doing a great job and we want to continue? Will there be a formal process moving forward? Kind of just giving the public a look in on how we're planning to move forward. A lot of this is new. Again, we're very glad that there are no complaints and things, we're moving folks into permanent housing and into, the next steps. It's wonderful. I'm very grateful. But just sort of understanding how we make choices around who we partner with, how we evaluate that, just to sort of understand.
First, let me start with, in selecting Urban Alchemy initially to do our Wellness Village, That went through a vetting process of interviewing, for first soliciting proposals and then conducting interviews with the top 3 and also conducting site visits as well. So that is initially how we brought Urban Alchemy into our fold. With regards to homeless outreach, we did solicit from 3 other service providers, and many of them could not provide the scope of service that we're seeking. They cannot provide folks on the weekend, and they cannot provide folks in the evening. Everyone can give us a 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. But for Urban Alchemy, you can get 7 days a week, you can get holidays. A lot of folks are closed on holidays, and believe me, people are out and about seeing things, and they're sending me text messages on Labor Day or whatever day that is, because they're out and they're in the park or whatever. So many of those agencies that we did solicit proposals for could not meet our scope and giving us the evening hours and the weekend hours. But yes, we did look at other agencies. And I believe there was another part to your question.
It was more like looking forward, would there be like a formal process to either evaluate or make available again to other potential partners, and sort of a look into, again, a new department, new processes, all these things. So it's okay if there's not a clear answer to that question, but just trying to understand how our processes are going to work, at least right now.
Now, you will notice all these contracts are just for a year. And it is a policy decision of this body how you want staff to proceed. And if each year you want us to conduct an RFP process, which staff can do. But with that said, because we're dealing with a population where you need to have continuity and folks develop relationships, you don't want to change service providers often, because then that person will lose their case manager, they will lose that relationship, and they will lose that familiarity with that particular agency. But that is a decision of council.
Thank you for clarifying that. And just to be clear, do we have 24/7 outreach like right now before this item, like yesterday? Did we have that?
No, we do not, because the contract has not been executed. But I will say this, Urban Alchemy, I'm going to use the word as a favor. If there's a weekend or something going on and we don't have folks on the ground, I can text Carrie and she'll say, we'll send somebody out there. And that's just as a courtesy to us.
That is good news. Okay, I think.
And speaking of Carrie, I do have to give Carrie her props. She's amazing. She's an outstanding, and I hope she's okay if I say this, but if you've ever been in recovery, one of the components of the 12 steps is that you be of service. And a lot of our folks in Urban Alchemy take that very seriously. And so it is her devotion and her dedication to be of service, and just an amazing, incredible person to work with.
Absolutely. Thank you for uplifting her and all of the Urban Alchemy team, Culver City staff that's working in partnership to support our neighbors, and of course your leadership, Director Barnes, for bringing us here to this moment. I don't have any additional questions at this time. I'm open to receiving a motion approving this amendment from July 1 to June 30th. This will authorize the city attorney to prepare and review the necessary documents and authorize the city manager to execute those documents on behalf of the city. And it includes everything that's written in the staff report for city clerk and the record purposes.
Thank you. We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, seconded by Councilmember Rivera. You may begin voting. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Can we now move on to A4, action item discussing the city council agenda item tracking, timeline, scheduling, and direction to city manager as deemed appropriate?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. At the February 12th City Council meeting, there was consensus for staff to bring a discussion item to the City Council regarding agenda items. The placement of items on an agenda is governed by City Council Policy 3204, as detailed in the staff report. After City Council gives consensus at a City Council meeting, staff tracks future meeting items internally. If requested, the staff provides the status information to the City Council or members of the public. The city manager and city clerk hold a meeting with the mayor bi-weekly where we review upcoming council agendas and at which items are slated for what meeting. Agendas are created collaboratively to produce a meeting of manageable length. We don't always meet that mark, but we try. And also considering the time sensitivity of each item. Items requested by City Council are all very different. Some require extensive research, some are time sensitive, some require subcommittee action, et cetera, et cetera. Most departments are regularly receiving new requests, and staff is constantly balancing new requests with old requests already in progress and existing work plan items. So that's all to say it varies on how long it takes each item to come forward, as you are well aware. Sometimes agenda items are moved, such as if an agenda becomes too packed, research or other issues take longer than anticipated, or to make way for an item that's more time sensitive. We reached out to various other cities in the state and learned that they vary in how they treat their list of future agenda items. Some cities maintain the information internally, others publish it. City Council also requested a discussion of West Hollywood's practice of providing a summary of the fiscal impact of consent items on each agenda. A sample of West Hollywood's summary was attached to the staff report. Staff notes that the summary provides little to no context for the information it shows. Depending on what's on the agenda, some agendas will have a high total amount of expenditures, and some agendas will have a low total amount of expenditures. Staff believes the city budget is the best way for the public to understand the context of all the city's spending throughout the year. Or, if they find that a bit too complicated, the new popular financial report. In Culver City, agenda items are aligned with the spending laid out in the city's budget, unless they are called out as a budget amendment, in which case the fiscal impact is described in the staff report. So, while staff could produce a report similar to West Hollywood's, it's unclear what benefit it would provide the public. That concludes my staff report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any public comments on this item?
There are none.
Wonderful. I'm just going to quickly, because I think I agendized this item. So again, I think just in general, just for the staff report, I'm very grateful for you just placing really in plain terms the process for how things get on the agenda. I don't know how many community members, I don't know how much that's common knowledge for our neighbors and sort of understanding that. So thankful for the transparency that you place there and just the benchmarking from the other cities. Is there was there a list of the cities that you surveyed? I know it said 15 cities. Do you have the list that you mentioned? I don't know, maybe I missed it in the staff report.
We didn't include it in the staff report, but we do have the list of the cities.
Do you mind just referring to them really quick so we know? And thank you for doing that outreach. I'm sure that took some time.
I have to credit our fabulous Deputy City Clerk, Tiana.
Thank you, fabulous Deputy City Clerk.
So I do want to preface this with, we tried to separate the cities by region to kind of protect the privacy of some of the cities, as most of the cities have an internal process.
So there's no list? Or there is a list? You might be pulling it up.
So we had the City of Dublin, Hercules, Los Gatos, San Carlos, San Leandro, Sunnyvale and Vacaville, Paso Robles, Solvang, Coronado, Maywood, Port, oh my goodness, I always say this wrong, Port Unumi, Temple City, and then Los Angeles and Santa Monica were our cities.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So I'm curious what colleagues think about this process, and deep gratitude to you, Assistant City Manager, all the City Manager team, and the City Clerk team for doing this benchmarking and learning sort of what folks are doing, how well it's going. It's very helpful, so thank you. Councilmember Viera.
Thank you, Jesse, for the report, and thank you, Tiana, for doing all the work behind the scene on providing all this. Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Mr. Mays, in terms of what benefit this would be providing, and then what layer of extra work that's going to be putting on staff. I think the best way to really determine how the money is being spent is through the budget process, and you guys do an excellent job. I appreciate the tables and whatnot that were on this year's budget session. With that, I don't know what other benefit might come from this. It's great that the public now knows exactly how items are placed on the agenda, whether it's by three nodding heads or through subcommittee, and then it's brought back to council when that department and/or city manager feels that we have enough information, and it's brought back to council on the next available agenda. Although there are times when council has unanimous or three nodding heads to place it on the next available agenda, as well as in here, I think I'm fine the way it is. Those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think three of us has been mayors, so we know that there is a list that we go through when we plan the agenda for future meetings, and once in a while, the city clerk has distributed that list to all council members, so it's available. I think if you ask, you most likely get it, and I think then if someone asks, the city clerk has sent to all council members, not to sort of look like she's favoring someone. And so I don't have any issues with anything. I know I can always ask about that list if I feel I need it, and then I know we will get it. I also seen that items are moved around quite dramatically when you look like 3 meetings out, and you get it 2 weeks later, a new list, and it's a totally different agenda now 2 weeks out. So it is very fluid. So staff and the mayor at the time works very hard on making efficient agenda. So with regards to that, if any of my colleagues don't know that, because two haven't been mayors, that there is a list, and you can always ask for it. It's not necessarily public, but you can ask for it. With regards to financial report, I agree. I don't see any specific value to, especially not the way West Hollywood had it there. It didn't tell me anything. It gave me a total amount. And today, I wonder if we had included all the cost of all the salaries for the whole city in the consent item when we approved the new salary. So that would have been, over $100 million today on the fiscal impact. So it can sort of skew and be a little different stories. So I don't really have anything, and it's good for people to understand how things end up on the agenda. That I think is good, because sometimes that looks a little confusing. So thank you.
Councilmember Puza.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for this report. I am a structure person, so I don't mind adding structure. But, you know, it doesn't sound like there's support for this, but I know that in other cities, like you mentioned, that if there's agenda items, it will say it will come back in like 3 months, and then they get a report on it, whether it's not coming back or it will take another 6 months or whatever. So whatever the frequency of that would be, it doesn't have to be 3 months or 6 months or whatever. I know that whenever I ask staff or the city manager, whatever, I always get a response. So it's not just creating structure, and I just like that. I think it's helpful, and so timelines are good, and so we can gauge things. And then as far as the budget and financials, I suggested that one. I do think I was at a West Hollywood meeting. I think it's really helpful. I've learned from the budget process that there's so much to learn. I think the public may or may not know the budget. They may or may not attend the budget meetings. They might not know of the website, the ClearGov, which is amazing, the latest projects, and or go to that. So to have that, also to bundle it, so if the ones that are from the previous fiscal year, the current fiscal year, what are the additional, if it's from the prior fiscal year and it's, going to be extra money that has to be added to it so it can be bundled, just so we can get a picture of what's happening. I think it's helpful. But if my colleagues don't think it's helpful, so be it. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Bryan.
Thank you. Thanks, Jesse and Taya, for your work. The one thing, well, I'll start with the second one first. I think that reading the agenda items, the consent items, this information's in it, and there's the backstory there as well. So I think that is what this is with detail. But the one thing that I would appreciate is in regard to at least council member requested agenda items. If we could have just a summary in the minutes at the end of the minutes of what those are, because it's sometimes, for me, I've reached out to staff on a couple of occasions to find out, hey, when would, I did this, and when did it happen? And it wasn't always easy to find because it's buried in it could be in the middle of the meeting. It's stemmed off of something that was on the agenda already as an agenda item, or I know more common, it's at the end of the council meeting, we have requests, but you still have to read through text as opposed to just having a little table at the end of the minutes. I think that would be really helpful if my colleagues are open to that. But that's all that I think that I need. Thank you.
Thanks. And I do have, didn't want to do too much at the beginning. So I'm grateful to hear from colleagues, and again, thankful for the work that brought this item before us. Is it possible for information about this process to be included on like our City Hall page somewhere for more understanding for the public? And again, not the 15 cities, but just like, this is city, I think there's something on our site that says city council members deal with policy making for the city. This is how items come before the city council for, for discussion. Because I don't think that part is listed there, but I think like narrowing us down to policy matters is listed on our site. Is that something that might be able to be added onto that page?
Yeah, I think that would be pretty simple to add.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Is there a potential, do we have like an average return time for items? I know that, I think you said it varied based on, the needs. Do we have like an average return time that we know of right now for the city?
No, we don't track that currently.
Got it. Thank you for that. Do we know, I know, although I'm very grateful to the CFO Soger, previous, Onyx Jones, Mary Noller, the entire team that has done a lot to make our budget process more accessible and more friendly to lay folks. It is still a very thick, dense document that it is, although we have seen in the past few years more engagement than ever before, historically, budget meetings and that process is, the least attended, the least commented for a number of reasons. I'm grateful for all the strides made and happy that we are trending in an upward direction over the past couple of years. I think that document, although we are, again, getting to a better place, it's still a little unapproachable for a person who, is not super engaged. Is it possible, since it doesn't seem like there is consensus for a full fiscal impact, that we could refer back to a particular section of the budget? Like if folks have questions about this, or if it's not an amendment request, or even if it is, people could refer to page whatever of because there is a table of contents, and potentially we could just link to the budget and that particular city, document that might allow for folks to have more information. Because honestly, y'all, this is just supporting folks and understanding what we do and how we do and making that more easy for folks to, because even, the first time I came to a council meeting, it was very complicated. I was an attorney, working at a law school, and it was still kind of confusing trying to understand, particularly for closed session and trying to figure out what was actually being discussed. How do I click and really figure out staff reports? Once you get it and someone walks you through it, you understand it. But there's a little bit of a barrier, and I'm all about how do we just a little bit more transparency. So I don't know if that's something that we might be able to do that wouldn't require staff to produce anything, but might just allow for folks to reference back to what's already been approved so they could have further understanding.
I'm going to ask our Chief Financial Officer if she can address that one. She's online.
Hello, CFO Server. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. Certainly, I have been trying to add a little more context every time I review the fiscal impact, and I've included not only account numbers, but like what the words are for that, which department, which account codes. And because I refer back to the budget when I'm doing that, it would not be that hard to add a page number. Every department sort of has a whole section. So that really would not be an onerous thing at all to include if you think that is helpful. I try to make those sections as sort of easy to understand as possible. So if there are things like a page number that would help, that is not a hard ask.
And just understanding, you look through every staff report that comes through and make sure that, and this is, I'm looking at you, Jesse, but you're in the sky, CFO Server, so.
Yes.
So you look through every staff report and kind of already do a once over anyway.
That is correct. I am reviewing all staff reports. I review them after the city attorney does, and I am particularly focused on the fiscal analysis section, and I verify that there is budget, that they're referring to the right account code, that there's or if it's a CIP, where that's coming from. So I am checking all of them anyway. And again, I'm often referring to the budget book as I do that so that I can verify we're coding something in the right place. We're referring to the correct allocation of the budget as it's been adopted by the council.
Great. So adding either the reference to the section of the budget, if that's easier, or if you already have the page because you're checking, that could also be helpful.
Sure.
Awesome, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for that feedback and just giving us insight into your process. And thanks for doing that double check in terms of the fiscal impact. We appreciate it. And last two, is it possible just institutionally, as it pertains to council members, all council members, while I truly enjoy the biweekly check-ins and they're very helpful, is it possible that we could just either on a biannual or quarterly basis, just share out to the entire council, this is, you know, what we have, these are where we are with the nodding head, so no matter whether you ask or not, because I think sometimes that might vary in terms of folks' comfortability, or maybe it's just not top of mind, but that way we just know every June, every December or January, we'll receive an update in regards to where we are with agenda items and what's in the queue with nodding heads. And maybe let's start with biannual, and if it's not helpful, we don't have to do it, but if it's helpful, we can keep it going. I don't know.
We could even do quarterly.
Oh, wow.
We could start with quarterly. We'll raise you one and go to quarterly immediately.
Oh, I see. I was trying to take it easy on you. Okay. Making it fun. All right. I'm down with quarterly. I don't know. And so this is just me sort of throwing out, this came because in 2024, we had 3 meetings with 1 agenda item. And I was just kind of concerned. I think prior to me becoming mayor, I don't think I had ever experienced a meeting with just 1 agenda item unless it was like a special meeting. So I was a little concerned about making sure that we were making the best use of our time and being supportive and being transparent as possible in our processes. I don't think it's necessary. It seems like there's not consensus for having a public process, but I do think it's good to kind of make sure that, again, that we can reference back to the budget, that there's transparency around items with council members, because I think it's just a good thing to know about. And I'm very grateful that the process could be added to the website. Is there any objection to these things from colleagues? Is this something that, Councilmember Erickson?
To clarify, are you asking staff to automatically distribute the list of all the agenda items that you as a mayor discuss with the city clerk and the city manager? Is that what you asked, that automatically that happens every quarter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so that there's, I
I heard the agenda items requested by council members, the 3 nodding heads agenda items.
3 nodding head, whatever feels manageable.
That's why I asked.
I think that's of most interest because there's other agenda items like contracts and other stuff that come forward that is staff-driven.
Right.
I think that's less of interest to the council. It'll be easier to, yeah.
For colleagues right now to just start with that, and if there need to be amendments. They can't hear you.
Is it okay if we also just summarize it at the end of, in the minutes?
Absolutely. I thought that was in there already
Okay,
from when
good.
you
I wasn't
suggested
sure.
it.
Okay.
I'm happy to.
That request might.
Yeah, we'll ask our transcriber to do that.
Oh, thank you for bringing up the minutes again. You cannot control F the minutes, friends. Did y'all know that? What do we have to do in 2024 to allow a control F? What's going on? How can we? I love the control F. It's so difficult to kind of search through.
That's true.
I mean, it's, you know, while we're talking about
No, you're
being
right.
able to
Yeah,
search,
You can't search.
you gotta just skim through the whole thing, and we talk a lot up here, unfortunately. So it's sometimes difficult. I don't know if y'all have the same issue, but I forgot about it, and I'm grateful to the vice mayor for lifting it up. Oh, what did
We
you say?
will look into that and we will figure it out. I agree, as someone who probably control Fs the minutes more than anyone in the whole city, I agree. It'd
And
be
you're
very helpful.
disappointed. You're disappointed when you can't do it. It's like, it
So-
hurts your heart every time. Okay.
Madam Mayor, as a workaround, what I do is I just copy the whole minutes and I dump them into my PDF Acrobat reader where I can actually do a lot of stuff, and there I can search. Because it's sort of, yeah, it's a pure text document that just gets into, and there I can search. So that's been my workaround.
Should be easy for them.
Yeah. Let's see what we could do. Until then, we'll proceed and Councilmember Erickson's suggestion. Do you need a motion for this, staff? Okay. Well, again, I'm really grateful for the time. I'm sure it took a lot to do all the benchmarking, and really grateful for your support and just keeping the city afloat. So thank you for taking the time to report on sort of what's happening and being open to kind of doing new systems. So thank you. All right, look at us moving through. It's 10:26. I thought we'd be done by 10:30. I was wrong. Okay. Final item, A5, discussion and direction regarding providing childcare at City Council, Commission, Board, and Committee meetings.
Would you like a staff report on this item?
Well, I was just getting ready to search my document with speaking of Control F, because I was trying to remember the last time we talked about this, and I thought because it was a policy decision that was already in place, we didn't have to talk about it. So, did we have any comments from the public before I start? We do? We don't?
No.
Okay, great. We do? Oh, Denise Neal. And if colleagues went into a brief staff report, that's fine too. To the end. Okay. All right, Ms. Neal, thank you. We'll wait for you at the very end. So there's some benchmarking that staff provided in the staff report. I'm sure colleagues have already taken a peek here. I think this came about because I didn't Google search my notes, so I don't have the date, but I remember pre-pandemic, we used to allow for childcare if folks requested it in advance. I think that was the process, but it looks like Assistant City Manager just
Maybe I better read the history.
Okay, let's do it.
So on January 27th, 2020, the City Council approved a resolution making several changes recommended by the City Council's Equity Subcommittee to the City Council's policy statement pertaining to City Council Commission boards and meetings. City Commission boards and committees. The staff report that accompanied the resolution stated that basically they recommended that childcare be offered at all City Commission, board, and committee meetings, as well as all City Council meetings. This was pre-pandemic. 3 months later, the world shut down, COVID started, and we began online meetings. So we shelved, no one was meeting in person. So for 2 years or whatever it was, we shelved the childcare issue. And since then, it hasn't really come up again as a need from anybody that we've heard until Mayor McMorrin, you helpfully raised the issue at the March 12th, 2024 City Council meeting. And you said, where are we with this? And so at that point, we went back and here we are today. Does that answer your question? So we never actually instituted it. There was policy direction given to do it, but we never actually started it. And that's consistent, if you look at the research we did for this report, that's consistent with many other cities in the state and country. It seems like it reached a climax of interest in childcare before meetings in January 2020, unfortunately. And then since then, the interest has sort of died off. And even a lot of people who had announced it in 2020 haven't actually done it. So we're not alone in not having a system in place to do this, even though we announced it. Many cities are in our same boat. So that's where we are. But we are, obviously listening to whatever policy direction you give us at this point in time.
So I can appreciate that. I'm looking back at my notes. Sorry, I got to scroll it for the date. So I do have in my notes from May 8th, 2023, this is when PRCS, and apologies for, I will circle back around, colleagues. May 8th, 2023, this is when Park PRCS Director Armando Abrego was still here. So I'm going to scroll back down because he did a presentation about it's A2 Parks meetings and lots of stuff going on with the parks, like always. But I asked about childcare, because I remember being like sitting on the other side, and Megan, I think, was mayor, and there was like in the meeting, like agenda, it was like, if you need childcare, reach out to this email. I hope I did. I don't think I made that up. That feels too salient for me to.
We've offered it before at specific community events or
Specific
meetings.
events. Okay. I'm
Like the
I
community,
know about
Culver City Community Conversations, we've offered it. So she may have been advertising one of those.
Got it.
If you went to the Culver City Community Conversations in Fox Hills, that we've done it. We've done it for the Olympic event last year. We had childcare. So we've done it on
I think we might have
occasion,
done it for general plan stuff too, maybe.
possibly
might
for
have been
general
for-
plan.
Okay. So I'm like, I know I did not make up this.
You probably didn't.
This outreach.
No.
Okay, great. So I know we didn't have consensus for the Committee on Women and Girls, which is where I think this would have been a great place to talk about an issue like this and whether it's truly a need in Culver City. Again, probably a little bit of a broken record, but I care deeply about making sure that we don't have many barriers to folks participating in our city processes. And if childcare is one of them, I know we don't frequently have children unless there's an item that, touches them in some way, or they are speaking or something, which is wonderful, or we're honoring them, which is wonderful. But I wonder if we tried, like, for 6 months, particularly for like these outreach opportunities for, I don't know, the age thing, or the parks, or even the Overland and Fox Hills engagements that have been happening. And I think there will be more community engagement. But maybe we start there and just include, if you need childcare, please let us know. And maybe we could see what we can, maybe we don't promise it, but like, I don't know, like just seeing if there's like a gauge for support, or if there's a need. It's difficult to track it if we don't advertise it, because no one is going to reach out and say, hey, I need childcare, otherwise I can't go. Like, they're not going to, they just won't go. So I don't know how we would sort of quantify need without offering it in some spaces, like for a trial period. I don't know what that could potentially look like if we started with, and there's not that much outreach coming up, if I'm not mistaken. I just named those off at the top of my head. I don't know if there's additional in-person meetings that staff have lined up where we might be able to pilot it, particularly over the summer where childcare is more of a challenge. I don't know, but this is just top of mind, trying to see if this is a barrier for having particularly women engage in our city processes. So I'll defer now to my colleagues in terms of any thoughts in regards to this matter. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jesse, for this presentation. So you were saying that in the past, for special events, as a city, we have offered this, correct?
Correct. On an as-needed basis, typically, folks were asked to call ahead of time if they needed it, and then we would arrange to have some PRCS staff on board.
So that's something that I think we've done and will continue to do moving forward. I disagree. I think, if we offer it, we have to promise it. We can't just offer it and then say, well, sorry, we were just checking. It's got to be either way. And I'm concerned here in the staff report where it says staffing will be challenging for a program like this. PRCS currently faces difficulties in filling existing needs of part-time staff to work occasionally. I think, with the technology that we have right now, with the online ability to say that we're going to commit this to City Council, I don't know. I understand the concern, but I think that we're filling those needs by allowing online meeting attendance. I agree, we'll continue to offer it at special occasions or whatnot when we come up where there are going to be a large turnout, and we foresee that, people in person will be attending with the children, continue offering there. But other than that, I think by doing it online, we're already achieving the goals of having people participate. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, thank you. I was on council when we decided this, so I remember the discussions. And it had a purpose at that time. I've been thinking about this, and now the world has changed in the sense that we have online access. So there is really no need, because the whole discussion at that time was that if you can't get childcare, you won't be able to come here and speak. But now, with the online options, that is not the case anymore. So for me, I think we satisfied this goal of allowing people to participate in another way. And in my mind, it's, if I had small children, I would actually prefer to be home and just watch out for my item coming up, and then, call in and keep an eye on my kids, and then be done. And instead of have to sit through what we did today, before we even got to the items, right? It was 9:30. So I think that we actually have come up with a better solution for parents who have small kids and wants to participate. So that's so I agree with Councilmember Vera on his comments on this item. Thank you.
Councilmember Puza.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm all for increasing civic participation, especially when it comes to parents and/or women who are usually not always the primary caregiver. However, I do hear the points about council meetings with hybrid. I think it is achieving the goals that we've set out with it. I do hear Council Member Erickson's point. I did hear another community member, bring up a point about putting down their kids at home. It's easier to do that. They prefer to do that rather than staying home late, or staying at a meeting late. And it's harder to put down their kid at a place that's not home. But I think that we don't have hybrid meetings for our committee, for all of our commissions, committees, and boards and special events. So that's where I don't think we have a solution for that. So I would be open to doing some kind of polling or a survey and/or a trial period during the summer, whether it's 3 months or some kind of trial period, or maybe just a survey, just to see if there's any kind of interest. Maybe there's not, and maybe people are fine, but I do want to increase participation. So I think those are all of my thoughts on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Bryan.
Thank you. Thanks for the backstory, Jesse and Mayor. Are all our CBCs hybrid? No, okay.
No.
It's funny, I remember when my kids were young, I had the good fortune of, when I would attend school board meetings, my wife would stay home with the kids, but I would see very frequently at school board meetings, former Cultural Affairs Commissioner Janine Wisnowski-Stalin bring her 3 daughters in tow to like every school board meeting. It was quite a sight, and that's asking a lot. I prefer people to come in person and give their comments. In an ideal world, that would be the way it's done, and I like that commitment. I know there is the argument that we should make it more accessible, and I agree with it, more and easier for people to participate, but I do like the idea of people coming to the lectern and speaking. And so I would actually be in favor of testing this, as the mayor brought up, but with some guardrails, because I know that it is, I mean, it's not a lot of money cost-wise, but it's challenging staff-wise, for sure. And the requirement of a 24 or 48-hour notice beforehand, so we don't have a staff person here and there's no kids. That would be wasteful for everyone, and that would be a basis for us to whether or not to go forward with it. So I'm personally, I'd like to explore that, and see if there's takers. I have a feeling what we'll find out is what Councilmember Erickson stated, that people prefer to stay home, but we don't know till we know. So I would be in favor of that idea, say a 6-month test and required. I see other cities had 48 hours notice, and I think we're the only one that said 24 hours. I think 48 would be easier for staff to find people available.
Could we have 72?
That's when the agenda, yeah, 72 hours, right, Friday, yeah. That makes sense. That's all I have, Mayor.
I have a question there, Mayor, if I may.
Is it okay if I speak and then we'll go back around to you? Thank you. So I'm really grateful, again, for the staff report and the work and the outlining this. Also, the leadership of former Director Abrego and our new Director Stevens for leading our parks team and just doing so much for our young people and overall community in Culver City. So really grateful for that. I think that having the ability, my daughter is not so little anymore, but a lot of times I would bring her in chambers and she would do homework right next to me. It's not all the time that we frequently see folks with young kids, as I stated earlier, but it is quite powerful to actually see folks come up, share their stories, share their passion around particular matters. And although, and I apologize for gendering parenthood, whoever childcare person is, we know that parenthood tends to be very gendered in terms of child rearing tends to be more female in our society in the United States, but definitely want to ensure to lift up for anyone that is providing caregiving, grandparents, whoever it is that is caring for children, have the opportunity to access care and support. And I wouldn't want it to be sort of a policy that, if you don't have access to childcare, you never are able to come before us to, it should be a choice. If it's not that, if you don't feel super strongly, you can stay home and do what you need to do. But if you want to be here, I feel like us as a city should be good partners in this care infrastructure sort of barrier that we see both with care for older adults and also for younger or little ones. So I don't think that this is, too heavy of a lift. I'd love to see us try this out. I'd love to see us actually give it a go with, hopefully we can partner with Dustin to make sure that folks actually know it's available. And, if we are doing 72 hours as staff has recommended, which I'd like to honor, it is communicated really well. So folks are aware and don't show up thinking one thing. We can't control all of that, but hopefully we could do a good job and try to be intentional about sharing what the stipulations are in terms of that and what would be needed. I don't think we ever had a 30 kids or 20 kids. It was always smaller groups, I think, right? From what I recall, when there was childcare, when my child was young enough to need that kind of support. And I recall childcare being offered in that kind of way. And potentially we could identify meetings that might need that support, whether they're CBCs or whether they're particular outreaches. And I think maybe we could defer to staff in identifying where that need might be, or poll the members or staff in terms of where they might think this resource might be most helpful. But I do think, again, we as a city have a role in being in good partnership to our families and making sure that they can be a part of our processes as well, as much as they would like to. So hopefully we can move forward with a test, and I would defer to staff as to what that looks like and what committees, commissions, and boards and/or particular outreach that would be feasible, given the constraints of cost and staff that we have available. And as long as it's well advertised, I'd say we can just look at the data and go from there. So that would be my hope.
Could I just,
offer the choice.
sorry to interrupt. I thought you were finishing. To correct the record, all our CBCs are in fact hybrid and online, and people can participate via online. I don't think that's going to change your decision here tonight, but I just wanted to correct the record. I misspoke earlier.
How long has it been all that way? Because I remember for a while it wasn't. I remember it being a goal.
2 years, maybe?
Has it?
It's been a while, but yeah, at first it was just council when we came out of COVID, and then we added the rest of the subcommittee, the CBCs. There are certain subcommittees of CBCs that are not hybrid, but all the major CBCs are, all the CBCs are.
So subcommittees of the council that are not.
Yes, correct.
But the Disability Advisory Committee is not hybrid?
So, and by hybrid, I mean participants can participate online. People can watch the meeting and comment via WebEx, but the board members themselves have to be there in person, similar to council meetings. That's where the confusion came from. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, I was wondering if you have considered, when I read through this, I saw a couple of things that cities who had tried this, of course, no one is doing it anymore, but anyway, there was one city that had a minimum that they were not opening up the sort of babysitting until there were three that had 3 kids. And then there was others who had some kind of mechanism to make sure that parents didn't come and leave their kids and then went for dinner and then came and picked them up. So I wonder if you, when you think about this, if that's something that should be put in, or we just sort of do this on a trust basis and see what comes out of it.
Thanks, Councilmember Erickson. It would be my hope that we are doing this to gather information around what the need is in the community, and if this is something that is truly a barrier to caregivers for young folks participating in meetings the way that they would like. I know folks who, particularly if they're doing something regarding public comment or potentially something for recognitions, having concerns about what they're going to do with their kids in the beginning portions of the meeting, and potentially not coming because of that. So I do know folks who have had this concern. If staff thinks that it would be beneficial to set a threshold of we need 3 children in order to do it, and since it's 72 hours that staff is requesting for lead time, I think that would provide caregivers with enough time, if we didn't hit that threshold, to know in advance that I guess they're going to be participating via WebEx. If that's something that is a compelling, minimum of at least 3 little ones, I'm open either way. Vice Mayor.
I think staff could probably write into their request form that you have to be in chambers for you to utilize the service, right? I mean, that makes sense. That actually, what Councilmember Erickson said, actually crossed my mind. It's like, oh, I can go out downtown and drop my kid off. But I think for the test, personally, whether it's 1 or 3, you're going to have You're a staff member. Let's just get the data on that. But I do agree we should put you have to be in council chambers to participate in this.
Or whatever the event
Yeah.
is, maybe it's
Yeah.
not a.
Yeah.
So maybe that's just, like, this is explicitly to support your attendance to this event. How you doing, Director Stevens? Thanks for being here.
Hi, Ted Stevens, PRCS Director. Yeah, we would have a minimum of 2 staff, even if there was only 1 kid, just because we can't have a staff person alone, the kid. So we would have 2, and we could have, that would allow us up to 20.
Okay. Let's see how it goes. You all can set, based on whatever staffing that's available, how robust or how scaled down this pilot will be. My only request is that we do as much promotion of the service that feels appropriate in terms of, if people don't know about it, it's going to be unsuccessful. So maybe we can be strategic about placement. And if it's 6 months, that will allow us some time in summer and some time while folks are in school in case need goes up or down, depending on those times as well. So that could be instructive as well. Does staff have enough from us? And again, deferring to staff availability, what feels right in terms of the event, whether it's committee, commission, or board, city council meeting, community outreach. I think it would be good to have a mix of those, just so we could see if the interest is going up or down around. But again, deferring to staff in terms of which event and how promotion is done.
That sounds good.
Director Stevens, are you good? Okay.
Yeah, so you're leaving it up to us to decide, well, besides city council, I'm assuming city council's a given, and then so for the other CBCs?
I want to make sure that it's, it's reflective of the staff need in terms of outreach for parks or overland or the age thing. So
I interpret it to be virtually everything, as long as we have capacity.
but if we
But-
don't,
but-
again, this is just a test. So we're trying to see what the need is. So again, we don't want you to overextend. We're testing.
Well, I recall it was about $10,000 for a year for the council meeting, right? More? Less?
Yeah, just for the council, yes.
Yeah. So if we then add 4 commissions, and then we add all the other BCs, we're talking about, $150,000 commitment, and then half a year, it's 75,000. So I mean, it's money. So if we're
I
gonna do a
agree.
test, maybe we should test with a few and see if it's sort of.
That's what I'm suggesting. I'm grateful that you brought this up, Councilmember Erickson, because my suggestion to test was not everything, right? It was in deference to what staff had capacity for, and so that we could test some dates in the summer, some dates in the fall, over a 6-month period. Again, I don't want to overstress staff. I want to make sure that we have enough, to choose from. Hopefully, every council meeting, we could offer it. But in terms of additional, maybe we pick and choose as events that staff are planning are coming up, and as committee, commission, and boards meeting are coming up. And maybe we also know with, interest around particular, like there might be more interest around sustainability coming up because of, I don't know, what we might be discussing, just depending on. So again, I want to defer to staff. I don't want to be prescriptive about everyone, to be sensitive of staff capacity, time, all of that. So hopefully we could be strategic about planning which ones, and I defer that to you all. So hopefully we could do every council meeting, but any other CBC event, I just would defer to you all in terms of where you all think the need might be with it spread across the 6 months. Hopefully I thought that was clear before, but I'm grateful. Bringing up the dollar amount does not have to be every single one, probably should not be every single one, because we're just testing right now. Councilmember Vera.
And then just to make sure, this would be for children over the age of 5 and/or potty trained, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So staff has direction. Thank you so much for being open to this. It's helpful to families, but no matter what, we'll have the data that would support that. And hopefully we could, this is the opportunity to share back with our education subcommittee colleagues and make sure that they are aware of it, our superintendent as well. Maybe they can include it in their Culver Connect newsletter that they send out for amplification for those opportunities as well, if that's something that staff feels appropriate for amplification. Okay, thank you so much, colleagues and city staff, really appreciate that. And we are moving on to public comment for items not on the agenda. Well, so you could comment now, Ms. Young. They said that they didn't have to.
Good evening again, everyone. On A5, I wanted to express that I had to live through this when I was actually a state, certified municipal interpreter for another municipality. I had an 8-year-old that I had to bring to work in the interpretation booth with me because there was no childcare. Sometimes we went to 2 or 3 in the morning, and he had to have a little pillow and a blanket on the floor while I'm interpreting real time. There was only one person, and I was a single parent. So I would have really appreciated to have someone on staff, even an early childhood education student, being hired, I guess, just for a cooperative work program. Maybe you don't have to pay them. Maybe they can get school units for it. I was wondering if you'd be willing to look at that. And it's probably not really related to it, but it is, because for some of these meetings, you're going to have probably Spanish speakers. And I was wondering, even though it's not quite totally, but sort of is related to childcare, if you're going to have the same type of trial program for civic interpreters for the meetings and people with bilingual language skills to watch the kids and communicate with parents. I'm wondering if that's some, other consideration you can think about. I think that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. If I'm not mistaken, I think that our Equity and Human Relations Commission is evaluating the need for these things, if I'm not mistaken. But hopefully, either our HR director or someone on that team could give you some follow-up on those requests as it pertains to interpreters or both sign interpreters and language interpreters, right?
Yes. And the same with the language capacity for watching the kids and communicating with parents. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Ms. Neal, did you want to give a comment on items not on the agenda as well? Were you listed for that?
Yes. Yes, good evening again.
Good evening.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, for the items not, I'm sorry, Honorable Mayor, Council, and community at large. I wanted to know if I could have an update on what's happening with the notes from the Olympics meeting we had, and how we're going to get together on a Zoom to start setting up what we need to do on our timeline. I'd like to get an update on that. Also, I'd like to know, since this is not really related to the child care we talked about, if there's going to be an on-site City Hall child care for some of the city workers. I know a few that work transportation asked me, since they couldn't be here, if the city would consider some type of child care on-site at City Hall when they have to drive, whatever their bus schedules are. they said they wanted to know if that was feasible. And, oh, Senator Smallwood Cuevas would also like to work with us on the Olympics planning, because she said she felt that language accessibility was an issue for that. And she wanted to work with the Olympics Committee and Culver and whoever to set up language accessibility and language ambassadors as far as interpretation during these global events. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know when the next meeting is, but I'm sure they will post it, both the notes and the next meeting, so that the public is updated, the next steps. Thank you. Are there any other comments? Wonderful.
There are none.
Thank you so much. Do we have any items from members? Councilmember Vera.
I just have a request for adjournment when it's time, Mayor.
Okay, happy to circle back. Councilmember Erickson.
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful.
Now we're going to test the system.
Oh, let's do it.
Yeah. So I'm currently the city's representative to the Independent City Association, and I'm on the board. And their term is really September to August. And since I'm going to be termed out from this council, I feel it doesn't make sense for me to occupy that seat on the ICA board because I'm going to be out when we come around Christmas. So therefore, this is my official resignation from the as being the city's representative to ICA, and I would ask for 3 or hopefully 5 nodding heads to put on the agenda for July 8th the appointment of a new ICA representative, because ICA requires a letter from the city clerk or the city mayor that there is a new person representing the city. If we do that, if I were a betting man, I would bet that my alternate, Albert Vera, which I would then, who is very well known, would probably then be appointed or elected to the board. But that election happens at the summer seminar, which are July 12, 13, 14, I think. So if we do this on July 8th, then a letter can go out immediately, and we can have a representative on the ICA board. Is there any, that's fine to do it that way, City Attorney?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any problem with it if you get the 3 nodding heads and
So
come back
if I
on to
get
it.
3 nodding heads to put that item on for July 8th City Council meeting?
I don't see any issue at the city level, and as long as there's not an issue with ICA, then I
They
think
just need a letter.
we're fine. Mhm.
I do
Thank you.
want to make the team aware. I know not everyone gets to see the schedule, but we do have 5 action items. And it looks like 10 consent right now on that item or on that date, just for information purposes. But thank you for your service, and thanks for letting us know. Appreciate your service.
Great, thanks to your service on the board.
I saw
I'm happy
nodding
to-
heads from Councilmember Puza, Councilmember.
I'm happy to support it.
Okay,
All.
thank you.
Okay. I thought you had a long list, the way you opened that one. Okay, I was buckled up. Councilmember Puza.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In the spirit of increasing civic engagement, I was wondering if my colleagues would consider the request earlier to put a measure on the upcoming election that would allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote only in the school board elections. They're close in the 22 election and have adjusted their goals to align with the organization that most closely impacts them.
Can I guess ask a quick question on that before? Is this something that it's under council's purview, or is it school board purview?
Well, the school board elections are set forth in the charter. Originally, the initiative that was on the ballot previously and the one that's being circulated now seeks to amend the charter to allow for persons 16 and over to vote in council and municipal and school board elections if certain steps are taken. So the school board would still have to determine certain things like the feasibility of it, cost. I don't have the initiative open in front of me, but so it's not automatic. There's certain other factors that would have to happen, and those are built into the language of the charter amendment that was previously, that's being circulated now, which is what they're asking for. The difference would be is that it would only be for school board elections.
And if I may, we don't run the school board elections. They run their own elections. They
Correct.
coordinate with the county on their own to run their own elections.
Correct. I should also clarify that this evening, if there's 3 nodding heads, it's not to put the measure on. It's just to bring back a discussion item of whether to put the measure on. There's no way to.
Clarification.
Yeah.
And that would be out, and I know we're getting into dangerous territory, but there would be outreach. If there was enough nodding heads, there would be outreach to the district to clarify what the additional steps would be. Because it seems there was a little ambiguity with the steps, and we don't have to go through them, but.
No, the steps, I'm assuming they would be what's on the current initiative. Hold on, I can pull it up. Just one moment.
Thank you.
So this is a little bit of an interesting area. It's very, I mean, I don't think it's uncommon that the school board is in our charter. I think there's other cities where they're listed, but it is kind of an interesting dynamic. I don't know if I know that the Charter Review Committee back in 2005 considered removing the school board from the charter, and they decided against it. I can't remember all of the reasons, and there may be something in the education code. I'm not prepared with any of that information tonight. But anyway, in regard to the steps, the way the initiative currently reads, but it's for council and school board elections, is that they would each first have to, they would each first need to do the following for their elections. 1, approve the budgetary funds to cover any additional election costs that may be incurred. 2, determine that logistical systems are in place to conduct the election. And 3, determine that including 16 and 17-year-olds in the election would not prevent consolidation of the election with the county election, which has occurred since 2020. And then there's some additional information in here, but I'll just finish reading it. The conditions include having equipment, software, and procedures in place for voter registration and for casting votes during the election. These systems and logistics must be technically capable and ready to handle accommodating 16 and 17-year-old voting. Additionally, the charter amendment would allow, in this case, the school board to independently decide as to their respective elections, the manner, method, and times at which 16 and 17-year-olds may cast their votes, which would not need to be the same as those for persons 18 and older. So even if this is placed on the ballot, even if it passes, there's no guarantee that there will be the school board, it's going to be in the school board's hands from there as to how they want to handle it.
But this would be the first step.
This would be the first step. I should probably mention, the deadline for getting a ballot on the measure is August 9th. If the council gets the 3 nodding heads tonight to discuss putting it on the ballot, on July 8th, then the clerk there would need to be a special meeting sometime in July to bring the item back. And we're clarifying that that can be done at a special meeting, and we would be able to include that in the discussion of the July 8th report. I believe it can. I don't believe it needs to be a regular meeting. Assuming it can be a special meeting, there would need to be a special meeting at which the council could then actually adopt a resolution placing it on the ballot. And so that's the process. Tight deadline, but that's what would need to be done.
Thank you. I'm open to talking about it. So count me as an advocate for school board elections.
Oh, thank you.
I have some questions.
Oh, are we getting into dangerous territory with all the questions? I'm open to hearing it, but I just want to make sure we're good.
We're okay. If
I have a question.
some clarifying questions in order to
I
decide.
recall from when we put, when we renewed the sales tax for another 10 years, we were late. So it required 5 votes of the council to put it on the ballot. What is late? And we're already late. And because I know that the state needs to have their stuff done next week, otherwise they can't put it on the ballot. So I wonder if it becomes like we did with the half-cents sales tax, because that was needed a 5-0 vote. That was the only way to get it on the ballot, and that was a timing issue.
Yeah, I don't remember specifically, but I do believe it was an urgency measure, and so it needed the 4/5 vote, or unanimous. Maybe it was unanimous at the time. I don't know. I mean, all of those issues would have to be looked at. If it gets 3 nodding heads to come back on the 8th, we would need to look at the timing, logistics, make sure it could be done at a special meeting, all of those things. So we're just hearing about this tonight, so we're not entirely prepared. And we need to discuss this with the city clerk. I'm pinch hitting just a little bit here tonight, but doing my best.
So do we have enough to have a conversation on the 8th or not? I have one I want to lift up.
Only seeing 2 nodding heads for this.
Okay, thanks for considering it. Vice Mayor O'Brien.
No, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So mine, I had the opportunity to meet with former Beverly Hills Mayor Julian Gould last week. I met with him previously and was really impressed at how Beverly Hills supports and uplifts their small business community, and have been trying to sort of circle up with him and learn a little bit more about that. And I feel like I brought this up maybe before, I cannot recall now, I have to look back at my notes, but it's my understanding that now might be a really good time for the city, in light of a number of things that might be happening with our small business community here in Culver City, to sort of look at how we might be better partners to our business community and see how we might formalize a relationship with our chamber. I know that, and again, I'm not saying that we completely have to model directly after Beverly Hills or any other West Side or LA County city, but there are instances where there is various supports that are formalized, whether, and I'm very grateful to the city clerk's team and providing their certificates for ribbon cuttings and different opportunities over the years and also this year, as well as just like more opportunities to be in better partnership with our business community here. I think there will be more to come from this space moving forward. But hopefully, we as a city can agendize a discussion of what potentially looking at support of our chamber and/or our business associations could look like moving forward, as there is a lot happening in that space right now. And I think it's very important, while, we might not always see eye to eye, I think, we absolutely need a strong business and small business community. It's a part of our ecosystem, and we need those folks to thrive. And so hopefully we can have some consensus on having a conversation of what that might look like moving forward, as, again, I think there might be things going on behind the scenes and opportunity to support a bit more formally from the city. So might we agendize having a conversation about that?
Madam Mayor, can you clarify what you mean with conversation about support to the chamber? Do you mean we should discuss monetary?
I think that should be a part of the conversation, yes.
Can we direct this to the Economic Development Subcommittee? I mean, I know that there's a lot going on, and I also know that the chamber is going through their own issues right now. But I know just anecdotally, I see Economic Development Team staff out there working hard. Can we direct that to the sub?
Yeah. When is your next meeting? Do you know? Because I want to make sure that we can be as timely.
I
on
don't
this if we
know.
can.
I'm on there. I don't know if there is one scheduled, but we are, it's Councilmember Vera and myself, we're usually pretty nimble in when we need it and so on.
So hopefully y'all can have a meeting soon.
But I would like to get a little more clarity.
So
I actually was on the board for 9 years, and I was the chairman of the chamber. So I'm just curious, name it for us.
Absolutely. And again, I'm not on the committee, so, and I don't have 9 years as chairman. So again, this is just a suggestion. Oh, 1 year, apology. I thought I heard 9 years, so sorry about that. 9 years, I know I heard 9 years on the board, 1 year as chairman. So deference to that. I am not a small business owner, so again, definitely giving space for that opportunity. But I was very intrigued at the formalization of the relationship between the city and the chamber that Beverly Hills has cultivated over the past few years. Again, in light of transitioning that may or may not be happening in our small business community or just business community here, it might be an opportunity for us to look for opportunities to support the chamber and support our small business community a bit more formally. Whether it looks like the Beverly Hills, exactly like that program, I'm not prescribing that. I think we should do some surveying of our, 500, I don't want to put a number on our many small business, and potentially, I think we have some nonprofits that are a part of the charter as well. I don't know how outreach might go to those folks, but I think now is the time to kind of revisit what a potential deepening of a commitment to our business community might look like in light of in light of what's happening. Because it's concerning for me, and because we need a thriving business community, and I'm happy to divert it to the Economic Development Subcommittee. I look forward, given the expertise there, look forward to hearing whether it's something similar to Beverly Hills. I'm just lifting that up because the conversation was productive, and it seems like it's been going well there. But again, what's good for Beverly Hills might not work neatly for Culver City. So I am open, but just would really like for that conversation to happen.
So I hear you, Madam Mayor, and I think I don't have a problem to have an economic development subcommittee meeting, and we set the agenda together with staff, so we can bring up whatever we hear from the community and so on. And I also can talk to Julian and get the gist of the whole thing. So if that's okay with the city attorney, that we haven't gone too far here,
No, but I think you're good wrapping it up now and just see
Okay.
if there's the 3 nodding heads to send it to the subcommittee.
Thank you.
It looks like 5.
Thank you, colleagues, for your support. With that being said, I will defer over to Councilmember Vera for a motion for an adjournment in memory.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting in the memory of Olga Conley. Olga was most known for her athletic accomplishments as a 5-time Olympian and gold medalist in the women's disc throw. Ms. Conley was also elected to the CCUSD Board of Education in 1972. She was a big supporter of the Culver City Parks and Recreation Program and worked hard to improve physical education in the city of Culver City and for the schools. I believe she died the end of April. We can adjourn in her memory. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Vera, seconded by Vice Mayor O'Brien to adjourn in memory of Olga Connolly. May we begin voting. Vice Mayor, or Mayor, are you able to vote? There we go.
Listen, I
All right, the motion passes unanimously. The time is now 11:22, and we are adjourned.
Thank you. Do you have something for me to say?